All right, everybody. Welcome back to Subverted Subversions, episode 12. We got a huge episode today. As always, you gotta give it up for my co-host, Jesse Larkins.
What's going on, everybody? Happy to be back.
And then we got two special guests today to help us, discuss the topics. We got Miles Macnaughton. I guess Miles Macnaughton. Introduce yourself, Miles.
Hey, Miles Macnaughton here. You know who I am.
And then we have another guest with us, Xguy. Introduce yourself.
Pleased to be here.
Okay, awesome. So today we thought, Jesse, we were gonna talk about two things today because we got Miles. We were gonna talk about Prince of SAIDON, and then also after that, we were gonna dip a little bit into the lit history, a little bit, but I mean a lot of it, right?
Yeah, Xguy did us the courtesy of making this very in-depth document, kind of explaining the history and lore of the lit board, but really pertaining to the major milestones and the products that were created and the artistic movements behind it and all that stuff. So after we break down Prince of SAIDON with Miles, we'll go down this really great document that Xguy made for us.
Yeah, and I mean the document is fucking lit. I'll add this to the Substack, so you guys can follow along. I'll just upload it there, and you guys can follow along with us when we talk about it. But first, I have to say, fuck you to Jack Norman. All right,
Yeah.
like you stole
Yeah,
all
fuck
the
that Australian
skeleton.
nigga. Fuck him.
You stole all of our skeleton keys, okay? And I'm just like, I was like, oh man, remember when we like fucked over Tuki's mag by like doing Fedbook first, and now like he's doing it to us. It's a cycle of violence.
We now have been, we took the cuck chair from Tuki's bag. It's us who have been royally cucked in an undeniable act of betrayal by friend of the show, Jack Norman. How could you do us so dirty, Jack?
I mean, to be fair, this is also now the second show that is ahead of Tookie's Mag for covering the hot new novella Princess Sidon, out now at Amazon. Link in the description.
Let's go.
And I think David is dropping the ball harder than a cripple at a basketball court. I've never seen a host stumble over himself this bad since maybe Unreal Press was still around. It's kind of astonishing.
Wow,
Yeah.
called out, David.
Straight
That
up.
fucked nerd. Review my book.
All right, but yeah, so that's what we're here to do today. We're gonna get into Prince of Sidon, and just let's just start off like Jesse. What were your thoughts on it? I guess overall, I guess. Yeah.
I really liked it. I thought that the first half was I thought the first half was pretty pretty normal, but then I think once you got to that I think the main focus of the interview that you did with Jack was that one chapter, and that whole chapter completely blew me away and really took me and just like made my mind race with all these possible thoughts and ideas. I thought it was very interesting work, and I really loved how it all came together. So, yeah, I guess in a very generalized thoughts, those are kind of what I was thinking.
Well, thanks, man. That's high praise coming from you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, King, you liked it too, right?
Yeah. Actually, I thought I like it's. I gave it like a 4 out of 5, like upon like first reading, which kind of surprised me. Because it's it's actually flows quite well. Like, I know like in Jack's review where he was like, what is it like the guys do the things like guards. To me, I just like that because it was just using like everything made sense to me. There's a lot of books sometimes that are written and are seen that are kind of confusing or hard to follow, and I know that they're like doing it to like be interesting and be clever, which is fine. But I just felt like this one was like, oh, like I could understand what was happening most of the way through, and it wasn't bad. Like I could see like, oh, this is a high point where everything needs to go and everything like kind of fits. So I thought it was pretty good from like a first read, yeah, for sure. And And then Xguy, what were your Xguy? Why do I keep saying fucking Tuki's bag is fucking me up, dude? Because I'm on their Discord, which is free,
Me too.
and I just read his name. It's like, oh, Xguy.
That's a long story.
Yeah, but Xguy, what were your thoughts on Prince of SAIDON?
Yeah, so like I've read a number of books from Lit, and this is one of the first where when I was reading it, I was like really mystified the whole time. There were the part where I stopped, especially when all the people were getting killed in front of Oscar, and he just wouldn't budge on asserting the importance of the compass and all that. And then, of course, the very end of it, with the dream sequence and everything, uh, and the dream-like sequence, I guess you could call it. And it's just one of those. It feels really enigmatic, but there was also like this part of it where it didn't. Well, I don't want to say that it wasn't like not good enough like on prose or anything, but it was very sparse in the sense of like the vocabulary and stuff like that, but it also like felt appropriate for what it was trying to do. Um, but once like more people started talking about the book and I started thinking about it more, people were comparing it to like the Unsheltered Sky, and then some other book, whatever Jack Norman compared it to, the book by Gerald, what's his face?
Oh,
Oh,
was it the William Gaddis story he was talking about, maybe?
uh, I can't remember. But anyways, like
Was it Gene
it
Wolfe
was
or something?
generally compared to like modernist novels and stuff like that, like psychological novels. And thinking about the book a little bit more, it almost feels more like a medieval romance. I mean, maybe that's like out of order to say, but like I remember in high school, like reading excerpts of Percival and like the story of the Holy Grail, the earlier one, and it gave me that kind of feeling. And at least as far as medieval romances, like that's like a whole like centuries worth of writing, and this isn't to make a comparison or contrast. This isn't like Amadis of Gaul, which is like when Cervantes was writing about those kinds of stories in Don Quixote, he was referring to like the later ones. Um, but I was thinking more of like this lineage of early like dreamlike quests where like failure of the protagonist and like silence carry meaning. Like when you think about the Prince of Sidon and like the compass, how it doesn't really point anywhere. It doesn't really tell him where he's going, but he just believes so much in it. And then just like the mirage and all the visions at the end reminded me of like in Percival when he sees the vanishing fisherman, the vanishing castle, all the different things he sees, like the mysterious procession of figures, doesn't know what it means. He never really asked questions about what it all meant, and goes like years of his life pursuing the Grail without asking these kinds of questions.
Right. And when I was writing the book, as I mentioned with my interview with Jack Norman, it was particularly for me about getting a spectacle across, especially in chapter 7. So, and we can go back over some of those themes if you guys like. But you mentioned a medieval romance, and that is very much true. So how it started was I actually joked about this in Tookie's Discord, where I started writing a novella that was going to be about like an adventure in the desert. He was going to find an ancient kingdom. It was going to be a very traditional, like not pseudo fantasy story, but it was going to be like an adventure story, maybe something closer to like a King Solomon's Mines. And I got to maybe chapter 2 or 3 as I was writing it, and I had this very clear, sudden vision for the end of the book, uh, and I started really weaving in different themes, in terms like duality, East and West, life and death, time, family. Family loosely. I mean, there's an important sequence in the first chapter between a father and his son, and those themes really started to almost kind of tie themselves together. I did have to do some polishing in order to make sure that they really were tied tightly, but they started emerging fairly early, especially once I saw what the end of the book was going to become, which of course was annoying because my plan was, oh, I was going to find some empty city, but then I was like, well, what's he going to find at the city? Rocks, gold? And I didn't seem to have a good clear vision for that. And as it developed, especially when I had the idea for having Oscar get stranded in the desert, I thought it would be more appropriate or more fitting that the book seemed to evolve away from a very realist novel and had that large spectacle at the end. And there were a couple of things that inspired that as well, but that's sort of how that developed.
I think that was I think the choice to do that helped with creating this spiritual reverence that's kind of threaded throughout, but then is like fully capitalized in the final chapters. There's a lot of imagery that I think goes well with that, especially with I think we've talked about it on here before, but the idea of wandering alone in the desert is it's like very iconic imagery associated with like spiritual transformation and self-reflection and those kinds of things. So I think it really I think it's very singular and tied together in that sort of way.
Yeah, and it's something that's sort of elucidated a little bit in chapter 7, which is the last chapter of the book. When Oscar reaches the peak of the city, there are characters who are in quiet meditation, characters who are in community religious settings, and that's sort of like the peak of that afterlife. The I guess the general feel I originally was going for was something very mythical and very I don't want to say smooth, but something that feels like it was woven from before the modern era, if that makes sense. And I mean, I opened the book with a very I don't want to say lucrative. There's an L word I'm mistaking here, but a very very vivid description of the port, and that for me was really kind of setting the scene for my intent for the rest of the story is something that's very pretty, very descriptive, very vivid in its language, but something that doesn't necessarily lose itself in ambiguity and in the way that sentences kind of string together. I wanted something that impressed upon the reader uh, a real world that was kind of like kept in a bottle. There's a scene in a comic called Sandman where a I don't know if he's like a bazaar leader or if he's a sultan. He's somebody important in Baghdad, and he demands the King of Dreams comes to see him, or he'll set loose 1,000 genies. The King of Dreams doesn't come to see him, so he throws the genie bottle down. Well, King of Dreams stops that and says, "What do you want?" And he says, "Look at Baghdad. It's this jewel of the city, but it's not going to be here forever, is it? I want to sell you Baghdad, and I want you to keep it in people's dreams for all eternity." And the King of Dreams accepts. And it was not an inspiration necessarily, that particular scene, but it was something that, looking back on it, I think very, very vividly captures my intent for the feel of the story and how it would be sitting in readers' minds when they were done.
Would you say that like Sandman was like an influence on the whole thing? Because I know Neil Gaiman is kind of known for doing like fairy tale stuff, and this I guess kind of falls into that vein, right?
Right. I wouldn't necessarily consider it a fairy tale. I think it's a very fantastic, real novel. But I didn't really intend to like spin a yarn. You know what I mean? I was more intent on creating a mythical spectacle with a certain feeling embedded into the fibers of the words.
I would say that the way you approached language in the sort of it's like it's pretty formal, and but also it's very reduced in a certain way. I think that helped really create that myth-like quality, because it felt like I was reading something that was more mythic. It was very consistent in that way throughout. That it felt like it was all part of a whole in that sort of way. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily easy or hard to develop that kind of effect. My vocabulary isn't as large as someone like a modernist writer. I would think like James Joyce comes to mind. That's because I'm staring at his copy of Ulysses on my desk right now. That's one of those books where you need to have a dictionary in one hand and Ulysses in the other, because there's always some word like, oh, I didn't know that this word went out of style 40 years before Joyce wrote the book. Um, that's just my own pitfall for having a fairly limited vocabulary. And there's only so many ways you can describe deserts, especially a barren landscape like that. I had to sort of pick my pick my times to get creative with my descriptions. Because if you didn't, then the characters are, oh, here we go again with the rolling sands and the golden grains. Like they just they start to, like, their eyes start to glaze over. So I have to pick the right framing for especially scene setting. The rest I can kind of impress through other things, like heat radiating from a barren sky, or emptiness all around, or the rocks in the distance and nothing else. Like you give those impressions of a scene and let the reader fill in what's missing, and then they kind of get drawn into the book a little bit more that way.
Yeah, Xguy, what do you think of how the prose like melted into the story? Did you think that was like more like medieval fantasy, like what you were thinking of, or is he here?
Yeah, that's a question for X guy, I think.
Xguy.
Oh, what did you say?
Oh shit, you're sleeping on. No, it's fine. No, I was just saying, how do you think the prose, meshed into with the medieval? Because my idea was like it was like a medieval fantasy.
Yeah,
Like,
well, when I mean like prose, it's not just like the style of what interiority and excavating all this stuff about character psychology and all that, and just what is the difference between like a modern novel from like the past century or two, like what those do versus what SAIDON is trying to do. And even when you look at like one of the criticisms of some of the earlier reviews of saying how um, this person only fits his role and only does exactly what you expect is in that way of it's not really trying to excavate any kind of deep psychology about who these people are. Is that like think about back to the Percival example. He's just an innocent seeker of meaning. The knights are chivalrous, the damsels are guides. But just like in a dream where faces don't matter, it's the role that matters. I don't know if you heard
Yeah.
about that, where in dreams, a lot of the people in our dreams are people we know, faces we know, but when we see them in our dreams, they don't represent those people. It represents what the role that they have, almost like an actor, because your brain's thinking in archetypes and just like mysteriously moving through all of these things that are like troubling your soul.
Yep. Yep. And you hit the nail on the head with um, as I told Jack, a lot of the things in the book are really scaffolds and set dressings for effects that I wanted to produce. Um, I think
yeah,
something that we actually didn't get to talk about was the dialogue. And the dialogue, there was a essay written by Ursula Le Guin. I think it was called like Elves in Poughkeepsie, something to that effect. Her point in this essay was that people should talk in a certain way if they're involved in a certain book. He points to a specific example from a contemporary fantasy novel where there's two characters clattering down a staircase discussing the politics of the realm, and then she changes a couple of nouns, and then it's two businessmen clattering down the steps at the Capitol in the United States discussing the politics of the United States. And she says if these two things are interchangeable, what makes this dialogue unique and fitting to the story. And maybe it's a little bit of stylistic nitpicking. But as I was working on the dialogue, I had the idea that I'm going to make it intentionally, I'm going to over exaggerate. I'm going to make it sound a little stiff and formal, and then see how I can make it sound natural, but still fictional. So that maybe if you're reading it out loud, it's like, okay, it's smooth. It's not maybe something I would talk normally in conversation like, but as I'm reading this, I'm not getting pulled out of the story by, oh, this sounds like someone who's writing dialogue for a mythical story. It just sounds like the dialogue that befits the story.
Is I guess is this kind of representative of how the main character's name was? Because at least for me, I was kind of confused at the beginning. Maybe I don't know enough about Middle Eastern culture, but like everybody's names kind of made sense, like Jezebel and Wolf. But like Oscar was very, I don't know how to say, like American sounding. So I was just
Yeah.
like, I didn't know how to place the naming for Oscar. Like, why'd you pick Oscar?
I wanted a character name just for my main character. I couldn't figure one that sounded like mythical. It sort of like jumped at me. I was writing this story and I'm like, okay, I need the name for a character, and I'm like, Oscar. I'm like, Oscar's a pretty cool name. And I kind of thought about it. I was like, well, do I want like Muhammad or Bin Al-Assar or
Because
anything?
I
I'm
would
like,
Google
and I couldn't.
Kirazard.
Right. And I was like, you know what? Oscar came first. Oscar fits. Oscar's the name I'm gonna go with. And I mentioned to Jack that I picked Jezebel on accident and didn't realize till partway through the story that she was, of course, going to be a betrayer. And then he's Samson betraying the Bible, and I was like, shit, shit. Uh, but Oscar just came to me. There was no real like historical precedent. If I really wanted to, I could have picked one from the Bible, which was the 12 tribes of Israel was the original inspiration for especially some of the names. Sidon is the city that's promised to the tribe of Zebulun in, I don't remember what book it is. I think it may be Genesis. But they get that city, and it borders a great ocean as well. It's in actually I think the opening epitaph I have right here. Let me read it for you guys. They will summon peoples to the mountain. They will feast on the abundance of the seas, on the treasures hidden in the sand. That comes, oh, Deuteronomy. That's the book. That comes from Deuteronomy, and that's the promise that is made to the tribe of Zebulun. Um, is like this, these are the people who will come to your tribe, and this is what your importance is going to be to the tribe of Israel. And I quite liked that quote, as I was definitely not fishing for a cool epitaph to open my book with.
Um, I was curious, if because you definitely went into some pretty heavy themes with Jack over the final stretch, um, which is this sort of your version of Dante's Inferno, sort of, and uh the traveling across the river Styx with Virgil and all that sort of thing, but more spiritually, thematically tailored to Oscar's journey and all this stuff. I was curious if in all these ideas that you were um, kind of wrestling with, if any of them had to do with the journey of the artist and um, like the solitary endeavor that an artist takes to uh, explore the unknown in their work or something.
It's an interesting idea. It's not something that came to me necessarily. My whole expectation as I was going into the book was, again, to just write a mythics sort of story, something that was a little more high fantasy that developed into something a little bit more dreamlike. And when I got to the end, it was really about putting together interesting ideas, images, and themes to convey and close up the story. Less about, I don't want to say autofiction because that sounds a little dismissive, but less about like an autofiction sort of thing where I'm writing about writers or myself. It's one of the few things I actually found I can't write about is writers, and I can't write about like work, like my IRL job, because those are two things that for me never really cross over, I guess. Like, could I write a story about a writer? Yes, but I wouldn't like write a story about a writer in Maine who moves into a haunted house that he has to purge with his, estranged wife. Like, I can't be a Stephen King, you know. Um, so it didn't really go that way for me. It really never does. I draw a lot of inspiration from my real life that's outside of work and outside of the vein of my personal struggles with writing. And I draw on those things as everybody does to frame characters, use dialogue, create situations, make backstories. But it's pretty uncommon that I'd use my actual like struggles with writing or my attempts with writing to frame a narrative.
So that's where the cuck part comes in. It's like the other part of your
That's exactly that's exactly it. It's
yeah.
funny. I was thinking about some way to just like brutally dismantle Oscar and set him on a path to despair. And it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna make him get cut. It was more like I wanted to see him humiliated from his position as a prince to this nobody who's been left. Kind of something to like. I'm big on like emotional highs in stories and reaching these emotional peaks and then sort of guiding and experiencing things through that vein. One of my novellas I'm working on right now focuses on, I think it's like over a third or almost a half of the story is just rapping for one of the characters that you don't understand for the first half of the story. If I can ever get that fucking novella finished, that would be great. Um, I've already lost the vein of what I was going on about.
You were
The
talking about the
coupledry thing,
peaks
right? Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
right.
writing.
So I wanted Oscar to be humiliated and broken, and I wanted it because I didn't want him to like die at the end of that chapter necessarily. I wanted to have a little bit more content because it was only, let me think. I think it was only like 18 or 19,000 words by the end of chapter 5. And so there was still the 8,000 word chapter 7 and I think the 4,000 word chapter 6 to go to finish out the novella.
Yeah, I will say it's interesting because I fall like on the opposite end. I guess of most people here, maybe I don't know. I thought I liked the middle parts, the beginning and the middle, much more than the ending because, as you said, like the way the setups with the peaks, where like you have the scene where the guy's wolf is killing all the people one by one. Oscar gets cocked and all this stuff, and also like the knight and shining armor off in the distance. Like these are all like kind of emotional peaks that happen within the story. Whereas at least for me, when you got to the end, it was so ephemeral and maybe I'm a smooth brain. I couldn't like understand what was kind of happening. It just kind of felt like, oh, there's these guys. They're all eating food. I guess this means something. I'll just go along with it. But
Listen,
I thought, oh,
listen,
yeah,
man. It's okay to be a smooth brain. If Jack Norman, who's traditionally published, can be a smooth brain, you can be a smooth brain too.
yeah, yeah. It was just like I didn't even know like if at the end he was being like like being reborn didn't even catch my mind. I was just like, oh, is this just remembering like he used to be a boy and now he's just like dead in the desert? That's dark, bro. But I guess I didn't know he was actually being reincarnated. So
Yeah, so to clear up any ambiguity, what happens at the end of chapter 6 is that Oscar dies at the end of chapter 6, and he goes to the afterlife, which is the entirety of chapter 7. And to loosely like go through the themes, you experience like people who die in various stages of their own personal development. So we have people who are lost in the dark because they live an aimless life. Then we have people who are frozen with indecision. Then we have people who are trying to grab for everything, but they're directionless. We have people who are obsessed with like wealth and material goods. Then you have the islands of obsession where you dedicate all your life to one thing. Then you go through a life built around community. Then I think I said like maybe a pagan worship. Then you go through the meditators, the self seekers, the self enlighteners, the organized religion, and then there's the tower, which goes through history, human history, life, and then the figure at the top of the tower. So that kind of like um, ephemeralness, I know kind of struck a lot of people like out of pocket because they were reading this very clear story that's very grounded. There, no one's
Yeah.
like, oh, Oscar and his wizards are gonna go, build a sky bridge and fight giant sandworms in the desert. Like there was nothing to hint at any of that. And then all of a sudden you're transported to somewhere completely different. But for me, that was kind of like one of the more fascinating and really drawing parts that really would draw somebody in is you're just kind of caught off guard, especially at the end of chapter 6 when you start getting these hints that he's kind of starting to lose it, and then you're all of a sudden given like basically a seat in an open theater and you say, all right, I'm going to show you this and you're just going to listen and watch and enjoy, and you come away at the end feeling like, damn, that was fucking good. Like, or at least you were like, I'm speechless. And you kind of sit there and you have to try to think about it, like, what did that mean? Or did I enjoy it? It wasn't bad. Am I lost? Am I the smooth brain? For me, I think if you enjoyed the spectacle, if you enjoyed what happened, I don't think it matters if you get it or not. I'm always happy to explain to anybody who's interested about what I meant for everything. But if you went through and like, I didn't get a thing, but I enjoyed it, I'm like, I'm happy for you, bro. That's all I really wanted out of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's important, to just like even just whether you interpret everything on a an initial like surface basis or whatever, like in like the first impression sort of basis. I think it's important just to like let something just like wash over you and just like let it be what it is and not even try to I don't think maybe the first instinct should just be to try and contextualize it and put words to the feelings. I think maybe it should just be to let the thing kind of wash over you in a wave or something and just let it be what the thing is.
Yep.
But yeah, whether you understand it or not.
Yep. That was my whole intent is give them something to like really experience, I don't really write for things like politics or to make a statement on social issues. I sort of have a various amount of reasons that I write, but a lot of it is capturing certain emotions, capturing sequences and ideas that I have, and trying to sort of write my way backwards to get there. For example, in one of my novellas that I'm working on, I had this very clear vision of a man who's a ice road trucker, and he tricks a runaway out of his cab and then beats him to death on the side of the road. And I'm like, that's that's fascinating. That's visceral and violent and sudden. And when I'm just presenting it to you, you're like, well, I've seen, Live Leak. I know it's a lot, scarier in real life. Like, okay, whatever. But those interesting things that kind of like buzz around in your head that you can't get rid of. You're like, I got to do something with this because it's such a cool idea. That ends up being the drive for a lot of my stories, a lot of the better ones. Even though I have plenty of ideas, I'll get 600 words into it and be like, yeah, this idea is just not that interesting. And then I'll shelve it.
Yeah, I relate to that pretty heavily. I may not even, because sometimes it's just like just you just have one scene in mind, or just one, seed of something, and you're not even sure what it's supposed to be or where it's supposed to go or anything like that, but you feel like, maybe that's right. So,
Yeah.
you just chase that in a way. And I just want to say, I don't, this may just kind of be like a random one-off thought, but I did find it very moving, because I could tell there were moments where, this is just me as an author, but like I could tell that you were trying to like put the words together in a specific way to like communicate this very specific thing that was like buried in you somehow. Like, it's just like the whole ending section when he's being reborn. You're trying to put words to something that is so cosmic and so specific about the feeling of like breaking through something like metaphysically onto the other side. And I just thought that was so moving, because I don't know. I don't know if it was like a struggle, but I could feel it when I was reading it, that it was something that you were very concerned with, that you were trying to find the right words to put together to convey this deeply cosmic sort of feeling in your gut.
Right. And I'm so happy that you say that, because that means you and I are on the same level when it comes to writing, which is great because it's nice to have a peer.
Yeah.
David, you are now demoted to bottom bitch. I'm sorry. But you're absolutely right. When it gets to that stage, as I mentioned before, I like to write for these emotional highs, and they're not always easy to put into words, and they're certainly not easy to make someone else care about. And that could be the biggest struggle, is you write something that is super moving and deep and emotional for you, and then you give it to someone and they're like, meh, it just kind of falls flat for me. And that always stings a little bit. But I think if you can really figure out just the right combination of words and sentences, if you time the sentences right so that way they're not too jumbled, you got to use the comma in the right way, you got to change the phrasing, pick the right vocabulary. Like, it's a very delicate kind of balance. It's almost like being a surgeon. You kind of got to stitch it together really, really carefully.
Hmm.
But then when you get even just a paragraph that really, really sings, it just stands out beautifully. I'll give you a quick example from contemporary literature. There is a scene in The Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man by James Joyce. And I know I mentioned Joyce a lot, but he seems to be the only guy coming to mind. There's a scene where he is going to a concert or something like that, and if you just go to like Gutenberg.org, look up this book and type in the word moorings, Moorings, there's about a paragraph above, in the middle, and below where he describes like the way that the sound feels and the way that the lights make him feel. It's fairly short, but that paragraph is like a lightning bolt around all the other prose that surrounds it. And it's endlessly beautiful for me to read something like that, because I can tell that he had been looking for a certain image to convey how that emotion came across to him, and he found it, and it stuck. And that's the kind of thing that I think is really rewarding as a writer, is not necessarily getting the fame or the accolades. Those are always nice, and it's always nice to talk to good fellows like you who give me the time of day. But when you really nail something that you've been trying to get at, trying to scratch that itch, and it finally hits, it's like, I made it. This one made it out, and it just, you can always read it back for the next 30 years and just be like, I'm so happy that I got this onto the page because it's beautiful.
Yeah, beauty in art like really matters, and getting your feelings across. That's always when you've made it, and like as you said, I mean it sucks when people don't like your work, but at the end of the day, nobody. I guess it's not like nobody, but like nobody kind of cares about your art the way you do, and seeking other people for validation isn't always the greatest. As long as you're happy, I think the work is good.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice to get external validation, but I think if that's the sole reason that you write, I think you're going to end up disappointed more often than not. And
Yeah.
it's kind of like hope, especially for writers like us who are really trying to, do something good with their writing and maybe make it in the scene and connect with people. It's kind of hope to say, well, I don't care about the money, I don't care about the fame, I don't care about reaching people, but at some point you have to remember what it is that you're writing for. And for me, I always was writing for the things that I couldn't get out of my brain and the effects that I wanted to achieve. And that always did make things like uh, connecting to audiences, going out and grinding on Substack and Twitter. That always made that for me very secondhand, very grindy, very much like work, which I do enough in my real life, and so I don't
Yeah.
care too much to do online. Uh, but I think you enjoy writing a lot more when you do something that makes you fulfilled and happy. Now, if you get fulfilled and happy by seeing people's comments on like a Royal Road or doing interviews like this or reviewing movies like Cap does over at Library of Mass Destruction. I think he does movies there. I don't really remember.
I thought they
Mostly
did
movies, anyways.
conspiracy reviews or
Was that the one? Yeah, I'm
yeah.
sorry. I haven't seen a
He
lot
no,
of
he
his
does
stuff.
drive-by movie time. He also does
That
that.
was
Yeah.
it. That was it.
Mhm.
Drive-by movie time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Library Mass Destruction was the other one.
Everyone go
I
listen to my episodes of Drive Time.
Yeah.
yeah, go give them a click. They're good. They're good content too. But I guess roundabout way. I know I've been chattering a lot, but that I think that you enjoy your writing a lot more when you have those kind of things inspiring you rather than you feel like, oh, I have to get these 2,000 words out or else, it's not going to mean anything. Which, by the way, you should only be writing scenes per day, not words per day. Check out my essay on milesofwriting.substack.com.
Let's
Link in the description
go.
below.
Become a paid
Let's
subscriber.
go. Subtle feeling.
Actually,
um.
oh, sorry. Go, JC.
Oh, what were you to say?
I just had like a question. I mean, I was going back. I was gonna go way back to when you said that that Oscar was going crazy. I was gonna ask about the fact that like people were lying to him about rations. Like, why would you do that? Were they scared that he was gonna like freak out on them if they told him that like the rations weren't holding up? Or
Uh, it's kind of hand wavy. I keep saying I mentioned to Jack, but Jack, this is the last time I'm name dropping you, pal. Get over it. But I mentioned to Jack, I mentioned to Jack that Oscar has the right of royal privilege, and so it's kind of hard for someone who has never really lived under royal rule or someone who's like an autocrat to understand that you can't really say bad things to them. Like we
right?
have in the United States, for example, a very a very gifted society where you can say the things that you want to say to an extent. Uh, but in an autocratic society, you can't. So if the prince says we're going to need more of this, and they're like, we have to find ways to make the prince happy because he's the prince and he's and what he says goes. Because he also has the ear of the guards, which was really a very important thing to have because if the guards stop listening to Oscar as they do in chapter 6 and they start listening to Howl instead, then he loses his force of will, right? Then he can't say, move my camel because they're going to say eat shit and die. We're going back home, right?
Yeah,
And so they were lying to him because they wanted to placate him. Something maybe I could have made a little bit more clear, but I tried to keep it focused on Oscar's point of view and not get too omniscient unless necessary.
no, that makes sense. And I guess just a real quick one too before we head back to Jesse. I did have a question about the prophecy because I was surprised when you talked to Jack that you said the prophecy was about Wolf. Because my assumption when I was thinking about it while reading it was that the prophecy of the guy of the stick was Oscar because he's like wandering in the desert with the stick.
I
Um,
see. Yeah, you're talking about the tarot reading.
yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more preparation time when I was talking to Jack because I would have made it more clear. And again, this is my fault that it's kind of meant to represent both of them.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
it and it sucks because that's like the one part of the book that I wrote with a clear intent, but I didn't keep any notes for. I always keep like a writing outline, which I never delete, and then an actual text itself. And those are two separate documents. So if I'm like, why did I do this? I can go back and take a look at it. But I had written that tarot reading mostly about Oscar's past, his present, and his future. Um, the the guy who is in the cape with his face hidden, it did represent Howl, and I believe I had written it to also represent Oscar. As to like the exact specifics, I really am blanking. I would have to like go through my notes at Hope and just sit there and think about it for a while. Uh,
Yeah,
it's
because
yeah, I
Howl's
mean,
Howl's a stick.
like in that paragraph, I think I write that we don't know if he's running away or if he's heading towards something. It does tie in a little bit to Oscar's recursive destiny of always being in that spot at that time, experiencing that reading, right? Because when he is reborn at the end of the book, uh, he basically experiences his whole life again, has to go to the afterlife and see if the cure is ready, right? It's sort of like the figure's way of gaining time to work on the cure as Oscar develops as a person and accelerates through the afterlife one bit at a time.
No, no, that makes sense. And I just realized I've been calling Howl Wolf because I'm fucking retarded. But back to you, Jesse.
Too much furry porn
Yeah,
on the weekends.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just an anthro. Was it Nazi anthro? I forgot what they're Waffen. What's the name for the furries who are Nazis?
Oh, I think Antwerpen, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Back to Jesse. I got a goon.
um,
He's got to go goon for a little bit. Let's give him a
yeah,
break.
he'll be back soon. um, so yeah, and that that whole section obviously it foreshadows all the the whole story and the themes and all that stuff, and he warns him that there will only be the desert eventually, and that even comes into fruition, and that even by him taking the ladder to be reborn, choose uh he will always choose the desert. He will always choose desire over it's you know all those themes of like man's inability to conquer nature, and all those things seem to be kind of like foreshadowed or summarized somewhat in that warning at the beginning.
Right. And that was what I really enjoyed so much about the you talk about the warning given to him by like
The
the
elder.
story. Okay, yeah. Yes. Um, especially in the story, you're right. And it's funny that you mentioned Oscar always choosing desire. His desire, even though desire is traditionally associated with like wealth and women and comforts and things like that, he's always desiring basically death. He's always desiring to go back. And I think at the end, when he makes his promise to the figure that he will return, it's sort of like prophetic in its own way, where he's saying, I will return because I desire to help you. I desire to be here. And I think that's what really maybe in a when I'm thinking about it, because I hadn't even realized this angle before, but I think that's what really maybe keeps driving him is that implanted in his soul is this desire to return and take the cure for mankind back up the ladder when it's ready. And it's just his whole life just builds him to that point where he goes back over and over and over again.
Yeah, and the figure seems to understand this inherently and is very kind of mournful about it. You kind of say that it's sad as he says, "Yeah, you'll be back in time.
Yeah.
Eventually you'll come back to this place."
Yeah.
And him saying that he'll return, that he'll come back, it's kind of the same, it feels like the same promises that he made to his kingdom before he set out for the desert again. It's
Ooh,
kind of
very
like,
true.
it's like brought all back into that moment that he's like telling him, like, yeah, like he's setting out for the exact same path, which is what I think is what you were implying there. Yeah, very kind of upsetting in that in that sort of way. And I
Yeah.
think he even said at one point, I think you were talking to Jack, you were saying that originally you wanted to end it with him even waking up and seeing that SAIDON is in ruins. So this endless cycle of chasing desire, uh chasing chasing the desert will always only lead in these kingdoms being ruined.
Right. And I wish I had written the story slightly differently so that way Oscar would have returned. But as I mentioned in my interview with Jack, I couldn't find a way to really make it work in a way that I liked because there was like some location issues. The themes kind of outgrew my original intent. The story, which was to mimic the sort of like the return of the 12 tribes of Israel, and Oscar was going to be like returning to Sidon to bring them something that mattered, return from the afterlife. He was going to symbolize like um, I think the idea in the Bible, and which is more studious than me can correct me if I'm wrong, but the 12 tribes, when they're destined to return, sort of materialize out of the desert and return, and they take back Jerusalem, and they reign for probably 1,000 years or something. But that seems to me to be the original idea for it because that's what I had planned on when I was picking originally the names. I'm like, hey, I need a city name. Okay, I'll pick Sidon. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And as the story sort of began to move in its own direction, which I was very happy with. You give them a setup and then they take it somewhere you had no clue it was going to go, and you're fascinated by it. Um, that sort of theme kind of fell by the wayside, and I eventually ended up removing it altogether.
Okay. Now that actually makes me think because I guess you guys were talking about like the cure to mankind, the cycle. Is I don't know if like Hal knows about that because I was very interested because in the middle he really wants the compass, but then at the end when Oscar's offering it to him, he doesn't take it. But it seems like if he took it, like even if he died, like he would get like reincarnate. Does he know about the reincarnation? Is there a reason why he didn't take the compass at the end, even though he really wanted it?
So, Howell, I believe this isn't something that's really written down. It's something that I thought about elucidating, and I kind of hint that Howell knows what the compass is, even if Oscar doesn't. Because I think it's actually in the scene where he first talks to him and he's like, oh, so he doesn't know what the compass is. And then he makes it some tall tale about it being like, oh, it was my father's compass and we were like merchants before we were thrown out of the city. Some horseshit like that. Something that Hal would make up on the spot, right?
Yeah.
But uh, what the nomads would have, not the nomads, sorry, what the bandits would have known is that there is a legend that there's a compass that leads to immortality. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. But
Okay.
the way that the compass functions in the story is that there's zero chance of it ever coming into Howell's hands for two reasons. One, the figure always collects the compass when Howell dies, or not Howell, sorry, when Oscar dies in the desert, and he makes sure that he has it in the afterlife. Figure collects it, Armored Man collects it, Oscar takes it to him with the afterlife. Like the compass never leaves Oscar's person when he goes from the real world to the afterlife. And then, of course, the figure gives the compass after Oscar leaves uh, back to his father at the beginning of the story.
Okay.
Secondly, there's never a time where Oscar is willing to part with the compass. At the end of chapter 5, when he's abandoned in the desert, he's trying to give the compass out of desperation. He's clinging to something. It's not a gift that he's giving willingly. And so Howell knows even if he quote unquote takes the compass is going to disappear anyways. So it's a gift of immortality that must be given
As a
freely,
gift.
right?
As a gift. Okay, I see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
That was hard.
Oscar,
Yeah. Yeah, because it gives a
yeah,
different reason for not taking it, but okay.
right. I'm trying to find where it is. I think it's at the end of chapter 5. But
Yeah, it's around chapter 6. I think he talks about like how like Oscar is like an endangerment to the caravan, is why he won't take
something
Oscar. Yeah.
something like this. He says you really don't know what this is, do you? No, Oscar mumbled, and take it, you can have it, take it, don't leave me alone. Yeah, he's trying to give it out of desperation. It's not a willing gift, and so even if Howell took it, it wouldn't mean anything. So he's like, well, I can take this compass, which is going to disappear, or I can just leave him to fumble around, and I'm going to take his woman and all of his money and all of his possessions, and I'm going to go hang out at my cool plateau with all my friends, which he does.
Which happens.
Giga Chad Howell wins again.
Oh man.
Yeah, I like his final words to him. I had it just pulled up. Yeah, you are alone, Princeling. You have nobody to blame but yourself, which just
Yep.
drives home that this whole thing is this very personal kind of endeavor that he's taken on himself and dragged everybody along with him for.
Yep. And I mentioned that's one of Jack's. Jack, fuck that guy. Sorry, Jack. I love you,
Fuck
buddy.
that guy.
That's,
Fuck Jack.
that's, that's one of Oscar's biggest failings is that he's young enough to be so naive that he thinks, well, if I could just show them that there is something out here that's worth adventuring for. He's been sheltered, he's been pampered and loved on his whole life. He is a prince in the whole sense of the word, and his idealization of what he's searching for, what he's trying to fulfill for himself, eclipses the reality of the situations that people are tired, people are hungry, and he accepts that, but he's like, people will be willing to suffer just a little bit longer if I can just give them proof that there's something out here worth suffering for. He doesn't have the ability to sympathize or empathize with the feelings of other people who are in a completely different situation. They're far from home. They're following this insane prince. There's nothing out there. They may have heard the story, but they don't believe in it that much. They're clinging to life, right? They want to go back to the east, to the sea, to SAIDON, where all their comforts and their friends and family are. Oscar is driven in a completely different direction, and that eventually is going to cause a snap, right? It's going to cause that bifurcation between them.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's kind of retarded because it's almost like like I don't know, like Steve Jobs asking his wife to join him in his startup of making Apple. Like, just stay up with me, honey, for like 12 hours a day making this computer for no fucking reason.
Exactly. I mean, he's quite simply put, he's just naive. He's lived his whole life in a certain way, and he expects others to think in the same way because he believes in that way. That's just a very common failure of youth, and it's funny that he really just didn't see that. And I know a lot of people expect main characters to be like headstrong and leaders and really big Gary Stews, but I didn't. I tried to write him in a way that felt that way, like he was a competent leader, but he had a very clear and visible character flaw, even from chapter 1, where he was explaining to his father that he wanted to go out to the desert, and his father was like, "Have you lost your fucking mind?" But because he loved his son and he believed him competent and capable enough to make smart decisions, he gave him his blessing and threw a big party and said, "Good luck, come back to us safely." And that's unfortunately the reality of sometimes what happens. You gotta let your children go out into the world and get fucked up, and sometimes they don't come home, and that's just life. That's just sometimes how it goes.
And he in order to mature and become like a full adult, he has to finally be able to conceptualize what death is. but unfortunately isn't able to actually do that until he's fucking dying.
Yeah, I was really quite proud of the end of chapter 6. I actually got to talk to someone who had a near-death experience. Uh, they were in a pretty serious accident, and they described how it felt like to be literally on the verge of death. And even there were some things I really did not get to put in the story because it kind of didn't make sense because this person obviously survived, and I still talk to them. But they had described the feeling of like this numbing paralysis. It kind of feels like your limbs are just not like freezing off, but they're like going to a very dead sleep, and it's horrifying. But at the same time, your brain is like racing. It's very extremely complex and layered emotion. Uh, they had actually described a uh, a feeling of being on like the edge of like a what do you call it? Like not like a bulwark, but imagine like you're walking on a castle wall and you're kind of like leaning over the edge, but the wall is a little bit taller than you think it should be, and so you can't exactly see what's on the other side, but you know there's something else over there. And you're not quite sure what it is, but you know there's something else. But you're afraid to step over the wall because there might not be anything, but it's kind of like that going back and forth. So death scenes, I think were really interesting to write. I only really got to write this one, and poor Oscar as he dies of dehydration in the desert. But just one of the other scenes that I was very satisfied to go back to what we were talking about earlier, Jesse. I was very satisfied to get out onto the page.
Yeah, that sequence was very that was very visceral. And
It's one of
yeah.
those things you stand up and you're like, "Whoo, it feels good to breathe." God damn,
Yeah.
I'm gonna open a
Oh, my arms
window,
work.
maybe turn on a light, watch some comedy. Like, whoo, I'm glad to be alive right now.
Right. Yeah, dude, the way you slowly describe each body part becoming numb, that just felt very just just very honest and very real, and how I imagined what death would feel like. Honestly, that's just like a slow, obviously a slow death, but it was just very yeah, visceral and disturbing to read it happen.
Yeah, yeah. The first time I had talked to this person about their near-death experience, I had that moment of, well, uh, you want to watch a funny movie or something? You wanna
Yeah,
you wanna
that
tell
was
a
all.
joke?
Yeah, that was a moment where I felt like what we were saying earlier. I was like, oh man, he stuck the landing. Like he nailed, putting together the right assemblage of words to convey this very specific thing. I definitely felt that in that moment too. I was like, wow, man, way to go.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. Um. Do we have any more questions for Miles about this?
Not
Xguy, do you
really.
have any more thoughts or anything like that?
Yeah, I can say, even as enigmatic as the story seemed to me through most of it, I did enjoy the ending because there was just what happened. I mean, I, like even smiled at the ending. I don't know, that sounds cheesy, but
No,
it
man,
was satisfying.
that's the highest praise that I can have, honestly.
So what it like felt like through most of the story is Oscar's looking for a place. I mean, even the compass, it's like it feels like it's talking about a direction, a place that he's looking for that could be drawn on a map. He's looking for like some material thing, but the way the ending feels, it's just like this inversion of kind of subtly telling you this was never about a place that you could potentially be on a map, especially with the nature of the compass not really pointing anywhere, that it was about time. At least to me, it felt like it was more about time. It was about the future of really like a meditation on how your life will impact what you'll never see. And I know there's like some talk about like going back into the past, but like at least from my impression, it was thinking about um, at least my how I was feeling about it and just my own personal reflections of the kinds of things I worry about is I was thinking about going out to find something that will like help my nation to like lift it up and everything, and then just dying tragically, having no evidence to ever vindicate you, but in the end, mysteriously being vindicated by time, and that something in the future will restore and show that your desperate attempt was correct.
Right. And I think there's probably two scenes in that you probably quite liked, and that is the scene with human history in chapter 7, and then the brief monologue that Oscar gives to his father in chapter 1 about the stones and how the stones, there were men like me who once stood here and felt the stones and dreamed dreams and had thoughts and ideas just like I
Yeah,
did.
exactly.
And
That
there
that
was
did that did kind of like I tend to, in the ending of a story, always try to remember what's the earliest like themes, things that were talked about at the beginning, and that's like time is one of them.
right. And as you get older, at least in my experience, you start to get very, very like kind of compassionate. It's hard to explain. You start to see the things that happen in almost like cycles. Like you see like your kids make similar mistakes that you had made, or they make decisions or want to do things. You're like, I remember making that mistake and telling my parents the exact same thing, and you kind of have to appreciate that moment. And when you really kind of let that sort of wash over you, that's really where the stone monologue came from. Is I had these moments several times of seeing just like a park or last established or established 1965, and seeing all these names and thinking like there were people who once stood here 60 years ago, and they were putting up this monument, and there were people who were dressing in clothes like me, and oh, I have to go get bananas after work today, or I got to go see the missus, and they were thinking about their grandfathers who maybe were standing on a tree line thinking like I'm going to make a city out of this, and they were thinking, well, I gotta make sure that my horse has hooves, and just those cycles, they just keep going further and further and further and further back. And for me, it gives me just this overwhelming sense of compassion and humility and really respect for the position that I'm in, the future that I have for myself, the history that I've already lived through. And I almost can't feel any like malice or malcontent, because all I can see is just what basically the father of history saw in chapter 7 is just that endless passage of time, which so many people have lived through and cried and struggled through and had happy times and had children and then died. It's completely overwhelming on an emotional level. And I really was happy that that was one of the things I got to put into this book.
Sick. So Oscar's gonna come back. He's gonna kill Wolf.
Yeah, yeah, I was
Make
gonna,
Jezebel his bitch.
Cyber Oscar returns. He's got a laser arm and a katana.
Yeah, I just remember that one part in the book where he's like, "I'm gonna make Jezebel my bitch," and like it was kind of funny. It was like he was kind of impotent at that point, but
King
it's just
King Gunner back in the call.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah,
I like when he's alone in the desert and he's just like, you know what? When I get back there, you
yeah,
know what? I'm gonna make him a cuck.
That's
yeah,
right. That's right. I'm gonna make him regret the day. I mean, like who hasn't been scorned by someone, or like edged out a little bit, and then you driving home or you're walking
yeah.
back to your car, man, that little punk ass bitch. I'm gonna fuck him up if I see him. I'm gonna bust his head open. I'm gonna do
Right.
this. I'm gonna do that. Like it's very very common
It's
emotion.
everybody. It's
Mhm.
literally everybody. Everybody's done
It's
that.
everybody.
But yeah, so we're gonna come back now to lit. I think, right? Because I think we've
Yeah,
said,
I think
yeah,
we've all kind of said our piece. I feel like.
yeah. Oh yeah. Before we run through Miles, just like tell people where people can buy Princess Sidon and you know.
Yeah.
So you can go to at MilesMac3000. That's MilesMac3000 at Twitter. It's the link in my bio. Or you can go to milesofwriting.substack.com. You should be able to click on my books. It'll have a list there. You can click on Princess SAIDON there. You can also read my flash fiction, short stories, and my essays. I don't really post there too much anymore. I've been fairly busy working on my various novellas, taking care of things in my personal life this year. And so I really haven't had as much time to spend on Substack or Twitter as I'd like. Or if you are a top tugger at Cookies Magazine, I'm pretty active in his Discord, always shit posting and giving him grief. So you can find me there too. Otherwise, I appreciate coming on the pod. I'm gonna step back a little bit so Xguy and you guys can talk about lit history. I'll chime in as needed, but yeah, thanks for having me on and giving me a chance to talk about my little novella. I had a great time.
Oh, thanks,
Oh,
man.
it was a pleasure, man. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. So, Jesse, should we start at the beginning or should we work backwards? I don't know.
I think we should talk about old lit.
Okay.
But I think first, like, I'll ask you to what you think like lit history means, because I know you had an episode where you kind of talked about this a little bit.
Yeah, we did it with Dave, and we did a little bit with Nesber last time. So,
Yeah.
I'll just start off. I have no idea. I'll just be the first one to say that I've never been on Lit, really. I advertised on 4chan. I didn't even advertise on Lit because I heard that, you know, they're a bunch of snobs or some shit. So I was like, they
Yeah.
probably don't like myself.
It's a slow board.
So I
It's
don't
a
know
slow
much
board.
about
It's
it.
always been a slow board.
Maybe Jesse, you have opinions on Lit. I think you said you knew about it more than I did.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I've been on there for a while, lurking and commenting here and there, and rarely starting a thread or whatever, but just like looking at this document that you made, Xguy, like it really was bringing back so many memories. And I just thought that it was all so interesting and worth mentioning, and and we're kind of breaking down. I feel like we could even start from like the origins or whatever, and
Yeah.
just some of like the basic things that were coming out at the beginning, and
Yeah.
how that's evolved and stuff.
Yeah, I think the way I look at like lit history, you could talk about like the history of moderation and all the stuff that like technical stuff going on in the background and all the other things swirling around uh in history at the time. But like I think it'd be better to just like look insular and look what was happening on lit. But it's also helpful to not be like too purist about it, because I mean we're talking about anonymous. It's really nebulous to kind of pinpoint who is who and what is what. And eventually you start looking like 1 degree of separation away and you start kind of learning a lot about who was influenced and what was going on and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
there's
that
a lot of. Sorry, go
guess
ahead.
I was gonna say, since
Yeah.
you brought it up, like, what does lit history mean to you, Xguy? Like,
that is what lit history means to me. Well, what lit history means to me is a lot of it is just what happened on the board, what were like the memes, what were the meme authors, like the authors that had relevance in people's minds about the authors they wanted to claim for themselves. And also, of course, what was the writing people were actually doing, whether it was anonymous, whether it had a pen name, when people got together for a collaboration, when they started to butt heads with other scenes. It's all that stuff. And I feel like there's like two real main phases of lit, like old lit and new lit, but you could technically say it's three. But we'll get to that.
yeah.
You mentioned this book called Train Man, which came out in 2004, which is kind of unrelated to the board. but is
Yeah.
also some interesting kind of inflection point, maybe, because
Yeah.
the book reads like you're on a thread or something, and it
Yeah,
almost
it's like a romance, and it's based on a true story. And by the way, the author Hitori Nakano, that's not a real name. It actually in Japanese it means like internet people.
Oh, wow.
So it's technically pseudonymous name.
So this is
But
some
what's
Bitcoin
interesting about
bullshit.
Train Man is it was based off of like a true love story from 2 Channel, but it even got a movie adaptation. Like it got really popular. But the thing is, like that website and like forum had a very different reputation than 4chan does. Very different.
Yeah, what's 2 Channel?
That was kind of the precursor to 4chan, like the whole design of it,
Oh, wow.
of like of just message boards
Maybe,
from Japan.
maybe, yeah,
Oh,
maybe I've got my history wrong, but I thought like 2chan was like Japanese 4chan. I guess that was like the
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. And
basically.
so did was the book like actual messages between anons, or was it
Yeah, I think some of it was like edited, but it's the format is just message and message after message of some anon discussing this girl he met on a train when he like defended her, and then his quest to like make her his girlfriend, basically. But it's
you
just
know
the way it's told in the format. If you're familiar with like reading message board or image board threads, it feels just like it.
I'm wondering if there's anything that would predate this book, because I'm not familiar with anything around, that came out earlier that tries painstakingly to depict what it feels like to be on that. And the Sluts, which I think is a masterpiece and which does that very, very well, came out I think the year after, actually. So I feel like that I'm not sure. Is that, do you know of any other prior examples to that sort of thing?
Not that come to mind, no.
Okay. Um.
But yeah, as far as like thinking about old lit started in 2010.
Mhm.
Okay.
Like 4chan had been as a like the whole site had been around for years before, but lit came a little bit later in 2010. So this like I consider old lit to really be that first entire decade. But like keep in mind, people they risk being forgotten after only 2 or 3 years. So even like what we call new lit kind of feels old when we get to it. When we start talking about it, there's people
Yeah.
you'll mention names, you'll be like, who the hell is that?
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah,
but
like
yeah,
Pulse B Nguyen.
so through like if you look back like through archives and stuff like that in lit history, anonymous always refer to my novel. They're always aspiring to write. There's plenty of them that have claimed to be published. And like just even around 2015, just like at a midpoint, if you were to ask like, hey, who are any of you authors, people would just green text you because they're like, nobody here writes, nobody here is published. So the meaning of what it meant to be a lit author quite a while ago was it was just an author that lit talked about, like Thomas Pynchon or something like that. And I
Mhm.
think he's an interesting example because even love him or hate him, there's a lot of discussion about him. Plenty of like hopeful people back before Bleeding Edge came out were like, is Bleeding Edge about 4chan? Is he among us? You know, like is he like on lit? Like
Mhm.
people love to speculate about like some of these authors about whether they're anonymous or not. In that like in that way, that's the thing to keep in mind of being part of lit history is like becoming a meme somehow, whether it's like viral marketing or it just lit memeing you to death and you just become part of it.
Oh, man. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's almost how you become an icon on the board, is by being memed to death by other people.
Yeah.
it makes me think because you mentioned like Train Man was based on a love story, so it's like is like 4chan lying to me? Because I thought it was like just a bunch of incels, but like this is a love story. Like are they like lying? They're not actually incels. They've just had true love this whole entire time. They just memed it into existence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very often misunderstood. Message board, anonymous.
Well, is that story about a guy who doesn't get out much or something like that? And
Yeah,
that's,
I mean, he
that's
had a
why he's so
job, but
shy.
he was basically a shut-in otherwise.
Right.
Yeah,
He was a
yeah,
nerd. He was into
definitely
otaku.
Tate, you know.
Yeah, I think they call him an otaku in the description.
Yeah.
So, like, as far as like lit authors go, one of them that was it. I don't know as much as he's still discussed like occasionally today, but in the first decade, Tao Lin was discussed a lot as an alt lit author.
Yeah.
And whether he was on lit or not, I can't say, but it could just you could chalk it up to viral marketing, or people just like him because he seemed like a like mind or an influence. Whether people talk about alt lit because it makes them really mad or they just think it's cool, I don't know. And
I
then
just
sometimes
remember
when people would ask about lit authors, sometimes they would say his name, and I'm not sure if it was like ironic or they thought it was he was.
I just remember the YouTube video of I think him doing a live reading in like New York or something. I think that's like the only like it's is it big? Like kind of a meme, but I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that did create some confusion because I think it's all speculation, honestly. And when you
yeah.
get random people saying he definitely was here and other people saying he wasn't, it ultimately doesn't really matter. um, but because he eventually is just he's kind of gets lumped into the alt lit sort of New York auto fiction scene.
Oh yeah. And if you remember in February there was that Sam Chris article that talked about alt lit and it riled up a bunch of people on the
Oh
board
yeah.
Yeah.
because people were trying to like rightly divide what alternative means because there's plenty of people that don't care about New York or LA
Hmm.
and just think it's just like this ivory tower and it doesn't represent alternative anything. And that just I think that's one of the things about him to keep in mind, or at least as far as like lit's feelings, is always conflicted because anonymous doesn't always have consensus about everything. It's collective, so there's always mixed feelings about any of this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because like I don't think Talon even has like a lot of right wing beliefs, right? Like he's just a normie guy who kind of wrote auto
Yeah,
fiction.
Sort of trollish.
yeah,
Yeah.
existential autofiction, but I think like he wrote poetry first, but that one of that first fiction pieces, like The Sound of a Dolphin, was really just, it was absurd. There were talking animals. He was constantly contemplating going on killing sprees and just had this kind of really ridiculous vibe to it that some of his later fiction that was like more dark and serious just didn't have.
Yeah, I think that was
So
the
there
thing. Like,
was like a
wasn't it
time where he
the
was like more funny and edgy.
wasn't that the thing? Like the EEE, like it was like for like 10 pages or some shit. Like it kept going, if I remember correctly.
He did a stunt like that, yeah, where he's like on the he's like at a party or something doing a
Yeah,
reading, and he just keeps repeating the same line because it's like 10 to 20 pages of just the one line being, I forget what it is. It's something like, and then the whale said this, and then
yeah.
the
That's what I
whale
was talking
said
about. The
this.
video. That's what it was. The repeating words.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. So yeah, and that's all kind of interesting speculation. I mean, I don't know what
Yeah.
that Sam Chris article said he's giving lectures on DMT now and
What the
near death
fuck?
experiences and shit. So I'm not even sure if Tao Lin is even relevant to whatever that scene is, whatever they were talking about, like if that's still like
Yeah,
relevant even.
they barely mentioned him. They were thinking about like other authors because he's not writing that much right now.
Right. They just had I think Fuckboy had come out. God, like it came out like 2 or 3 years ago. So he was kind of talking about Sean Thor Conroe a bit, and uh,
Yeah.
I don't, was Sam Pink mentioned? I kind of forget.
I think he was.
Yeah, well, because I mean Sean literally just lifts from Sam, but all those guys kind of are from that sort of auto fiction scene. Even though I think Sam lived in Michigan actually, so but yeah.
Yeah, and not as much as Tao Lin, but one of the poets and authors that Lin had tried to plug plenty of times was Mira Gonzalez, and she was memed in the same way to a lesser degree. And there was even like a Mira copy pasta at some point about like her taking a selfie with her husband in bed. And I won't say all that copy pasta, but anyways.
Her and Tao Lin, they wrote a book together, or I don't know if wrote a book together is the right way to say that. They came out with a book called Selected Tweets.
Yeah.
And it's like it's formatted like a Bible. It's kind of cool looking actually. But yeah, half the book is just Tao Lin's tweets, and the other half is just Mira's tweets. And Tao's are so enjoyable to read, and just like bizarre and weird as fuck. And hers were, frankly, super boring and not
Women
that
tweets.
interesting. So
Yeah.
what was that, King?
Well,
Oh,
well
I said women
next
tweets.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, next I want to talk about like writing generals because that's like kind of a part of like lit life today. But like even in the 2010s, they were really sporadic. You couldn't finish a thread. You couldn't get it a bump limit. Um, they were never numbered or anything like that. Um, and people would just like share passages. They almost never had pen names. They wouldn't give book titles. But like eventually by 2020, which is like New Lit, which we'll talk about later, that's when it finally got consistent. And then there would be like these thread personalities, and you would either need intuition or mental illness to notice who was who. That's just like part and parcel of being on the board. One of my
Did you ever
favorites
share
is
your
like
writing?
once AI became like a more controversial thing, there'd always be the AI schizos that want to derail threads because it'd have to delineate every poster into what his opinion was about AI instead of talking about writing, which is what it should be about.
Did you ever submit your own writing to those threads?
Yeah, and that's why I don't do it anymore.
Why not?
It's
It
just
always seems.
I got like I don't know. Like the thing is, I've learned a lot about. I've come around and started to accept that a lot of the harsh criticisms is something that I took to heart, and that a lot of the bad writing habits I had really mattered. It's just that they're not constructive, obviously. But eventually, after kind of listening to some of the better writers, I found out where to go. But being, I think, critical on your technique and learning how to edit is something that you got to learn how to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Even though, yeah, some of it can seem sort of off-putting and almost like overly harsh, which is kind of why I didn't submit too much. I was mainly just someone who would just like to read people's shit. I just wanted to read what everyone else was putting out there and kind of seeing what other people thought. The criticism was what criticism was warranted for those pieces and stuff like that.
Oh, that's something I really like to do a good number of years ago. And I was like active on Goodreads trying to review people on writing generals books and everything. Um, we'll start talking about those books once we get to the new lit part. But this next part, now we're starting to talk about 2011, the very next year. This is an interesting piece that like kind of informs a lot of old lit. There's this concept called the neovella,
Yeah.
which are like this collective writing projects. So one example, and there's evidence of this in the archive, of a book called Payload, Volume 3. It has like a picture of George Washington on it. And so basically what happened is I don't think these were the first books of its kind, and there was this website called Neovella where you could do these collaborative projects online where just a bunch of people could pour in and edit the same document. But basically, Payload had, I don't know, 15, 16 stories, something like that, but it had 60 authors, and not all of them had attributed names. And you would literally have either anonymous or named writers stumble into lit and say something like, I didn't want to get Fortune involved with my project, but have at it. You're getting 1 minute turns to edit this story, no registration required. And they would just like chop up the story and it would just get crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in this book, particularly in 2011, there were 12 anonymous authors. And then the rest of the stories that were named were edited by anonymous.
That's cool.
Yeah, and the more that these projects evolve and the more they keep coming out with them, the more those numbers become absolutely ridiculous. And
Right.
you know, the projects almost becoming just like completely illegible nonsense almost, because everyone is just like rewriting each other's shit like as it's going along.
Oh yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Like, yeah, one author will start to write it and then someone random will like completely interject and ruin the entire flow, and then, you know, you'll see that guy try to come back and try to like fix it somehow to try and keep it going, but you know that the author trolls just keep coming in and derailing the whole story.
I don't know like how much other writers still write like this, but I feel like it's something that only lit can tolerate.
Yeah,
because they for years.
And it is kind of hard to read some of those books, and I guess we'll kind of start going into them. I don't know if you've read any of these
I have.
the legacy of
1 second.
totalitarianism.
You said they were what for years?
You
said they were what for years? I kind of missed that.
So Lit was writing like these novellas likes for years, but eventually they started making their own projects. But I'm pretty sure like writers outside of Lit, they probably didn't like those kinds of projects because they were a pain, because people could just totally ruin your story, you know. But that was like the point. So you had to have like a certain level of humor to be willing to watch someone destroy your story. But
let's get into it. Yeah.
If you jump forward into 20, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you saying something?
No, I was saying let's jump forward to 2014.
Yeah. Okay, so jumping forward from like 2011 all the way to 2014, there was The Legacy of Totalitarianism in a Tundra, which was a novella-like, kind of referred to as 4chan's first book, and I think it involved more than just Lit. I can't say all of who was involved, but it was definitely all 4chan. And it was written by approximately like 100 Anons in 2014, and then there were 2 sequels in 2015. Like if you've been on Lit for any amount of time and think that it's funny, this book is hilarious. I mean, it goes all over the place. It starts and stops, and like Jesse was saying, you can see in the footnotes people having arguments and getting mad at each other and pointing fingers about destroying parts of the story. And it'll just be like something will happen and then it'll happen again, slightly different. It's like recursive. People will keep reinserting parts of the story to the point where the story never really gets a form of coherence that can finish it, but it has recurring characters like Kramer and David Foster Wallace, except he's a reptilian. James Joyce, just like it goes totally crazy, and it's something that only Lit would do.
And they're not small. They're like big tombs. They're like
It's a
giant
doorstopper.
books.
I actually have it on my bookshelf. Let me say the page count.
Oh, you own physical copies?
Yeah, physical copies. And actually, if you want to get a physical copy, get them in color, because there was some guy that thought this was hilarious that he would write his section in light yellow. So if you print it in black and white, you can't read it.
Oh, damn. Okay.
However, a lot of these projects are like free PDFs.
Right.
So you can just read it for free. But the first one's like about 480 pages, and the second one's a little bit smaller, and the third one's about the same size. And then one of the later books is like almost 700 pages.
Holy fuck. So did you have to get those from lulu.com?
Yeah. They just print them. It's a print-on-demand service.
Right. Okay.
Bro, who the fuck makes money on this shit? There's like 100 authors. Just like go to some 4chan fund or something.
Good question.
It's fucking Peter Thiel. This is how Peter Thiel is funded. They buy fucking Legacy of the Totalitarianism. That's how it happens.
Yeah, but like if you look at the way these look, the font changes, the colors change, the spacing isn't consistent. Like it just looks like so in your face, exploding and transforming all the time. Every paragraph is different. There's stuff that will make you laugh, will make you think, will disgust you. I mean, it's exactly what you would expect, basically. And I can say the Legacy of Totalitarian and Tundra 2, Miami, was written in 48 hours, and it's bad. I do not recommend you to read it.
That infamously 48
So
hours.
like 25% of the book is copy-pasted Will Smith lyrics.
Holy fuck.
Welcome to Miami.
Holy shit.
It gets really bad, and just like the level of quality control is just in the dumps.
I was looking at the document. I didn't realize that Coronamoron and Hypersphere didn't come out until years after these ones.
Oh yeah. Well, of course, the Coronamoron is reference to the COVID times. But yeah, it's a lot later. I haven't read that one.
Did you read Hypersphere? Or...
Yeah, I did.
Was that any good, or?
Oh yeah, I liked it almost as much as Legacy 1. But as far as Legacy 3 Tokyo Drift, I think it was a little better, but it didn't have quite the energy of the first one. But it had a double feature to where when you got to the end of it, the pages were upside down, and it was another book called Colsty's Adventure in the Everglades. So it was like 2 books in one.
Damn.
And Colsty Nguyen, like as in Nguyen, was a writer and poet around 2014, 2015 on Lit. And he was a big part of Legacy 3 and that book, which is like named after him. And he was memed a lot. Like if you look back, people talked about this guy all the time. I don't know if he was shilling or just a bunch of people thought he was like a good meme, and they just wanted to like push him up and say, maybe he'll be a writer one day. He's our guy. And they would say, is he the next Tao Lin? Is he the next Faulkner? Is he a literary genius? But like, when you really like look at the discussion, besides like a few things that popped up here and there, people stopped talking about him around 2016. It's just the landscape of Lit just changed so much, and he just wasn't publishing stuff, and he's just forgotten. But that's how fast you can be forgotten. You can have a book with your name on it that like hundreds and hundreds of people see, and then they'll just stop talking about you a year later.
Wait, so like it's like he's listed as the author of Totalitarianism 3, or?
No, for the Colsty's double feature on the other side of the book is him.
Okay.
But Colsty is even a character in Legacy 3. But it's probably not necessarily him writing it, as other people wanted to make him a character.
He was their Chad.
Is that
forgotten?
It says that he coined this kind of kitschy phrase, post-meta modern.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what that's referring to by him sort of being a character in the story, but not?
Right, because Legacy was called a postmodern work, but obviously there's like a lot of metafiction going on because it's a story. Even though you could argue it's a story about reptilians, it's in a sense it's a story about authors fighting each other, like on a deeper level. So
Yeah.
that's where the
Reptilians,
metafiction
though.
is.
Yeah. Wow. So that definitely that makes a lot of sense then. In a strange kind of, I mean, I think it's kind of dumb to say post meta modern, but it does
Yeah.
make sense actually.
Yeah.
Um.
Well, I mean, Lit wanted to be like we're creating something new, and there's plenty of people that look back on this critically and said, yeah, it's just garbage. But I mean, if you are around Lit, I mean, it's a gem. I think, especially one is a gem.
I think it's kind of cool because it's, in a weird way, it's kind of like proto AI, where like you get a bunch of guys that are like, it's like an LLM, right? You're getting all these guys to write like 100-page or 400-page books. There's like 100 different people. You're averaging the insanity of Lit, but obviously this is before, you know.
Like it's AI that's not built on blog slop, but it's built on Anonymous.
Yeah, it's built on these guys. These anons, these retard anons, but you know, post-meta modern, you know, maybe that'll be a thing. Maybe I'm gonna steal that from my next book.
But yeah, again, this, like, I'm not trying to shill these. This is me just, I want to talk about this stuff like endearingly as I can. And there are free PDFs of these. Some of these things are a lot harder to find because just time just wears away the internet, you know.
No,
but like the projects and the standalone works, you can find these if you look. People post archive links all the time.
I agree. This is cool because like nobody talks about this shit. Like I didn't know about this, you know, and I guess I've been around the scene just a little bit, but like, you know, I never heard about fucking the Topic Tundra or whatever, Tokyo Drift. This sounds fucking crazy.
Yeah, when I discovered those for the first time, I felt like I had stumbled upon some kind of crazy treasure. I had no idea that something so totally insane was made on the board. Didn't they also drop like a annotated Moby Dick?
Yeah, that was 2020, I believe.
Yeah, I keep jumping.
I mean, we can skip ahead and talk about that if you want.
I just thought it was interesting that it kind of evolved from the Neo novellas, the compilation efforts to something like that, which is, you know, so it's like in the same vein, but a strange evolution of it, which is
I mean, Moby Dick is just one of those books that Lit likes to talk about. They've always loved to talk about, and there would be read-alongs. There were probably multiple read-alongs of Moby Dick where they would just like every day we're going to read this chapter, stuff like that. And there was one in 2020 where people did a Moby Dick read-along, but there was also like the Lit annotated that was kind of going on earlier before that and like finished in 2020. But really, it's just republished Moby Dick and shitpost in the footnotes.
Right.
And it's not every page, but it's still kind of like if you want to read Moby Dick along with the opinions of Lit, there it is.
All right. And so we go on to 2015 with the Quagga project. What the fuck?
Yeah, so the Quagga project was like, it was supposed to be the spiritual successor to Legacy, and they got like 98 pages done, but it was unfinished because there were like a lot of the authors were just kind of losing steam, and they were like, this is a low quality knockoff. It just doesn't work. And it was going to be about a detective in Miami, kind of like Legacy 2. And there's like more narrative cohesion than Legacy. Like they were trying to be like, let's do something like more serious. Like let's try to actually make something work. But then what really broke the camel's back was this guy wrote a script that erased the document every second. He would just keep deleting it, and this guy they had to back it up, and it is protected. You can still go find it, the 98 pages, but it got abandoned, and the guy said, look, maybe one day our ancestors will pick this up and finish it. Nobody has finished it. I don't know if anybody's interested in finishing it, but it's there. It's actually there.
I mean,
we got to pick it up. We got to pick up the mantle.
we gotta. I mean, it just sucks, you know. It's why it's like hard to like deal with lit, because like there'll be some guy who's just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna make a script to fuck with you, you know. It's just like, oh man, what are you gonna do about that? Nothing. Just stop writing.
Now, one of the things we already mentioned this before, and this was a project that was going like alongside the Quagga project that actually succeeded, and that's probably why one of the reasons the Quagga project fell apart is Hypersphere, which is that like I think it's almost 700 pages. It's huge.
Yeah.
And it's the real spiritual successor to Tundra later in 2015. And this one's like really cool. It adds like a little bit more themes of and like tries to describe this complex idea of a hypersphere. And I think there's a lot more intellectual writers that show up on this, but it also has like the shit posty vibe in a lot of parts too. There's a lot more pictures in it. But I think this is also a really cool piece. And it's better in color too.
Yeah, I love the cover for Hypersphere too.
Mm-hmm.
Something about the vibe of it. I just really like that. What is the Magnificent Third Rail? I'm not too sure what that is.
Yeah, so I mentioned Colsey Wynn earlier, and there were other authors trying to like write standalone works. I mean, that's kind of like a thing that defines new lit. But even in old lit, there were just the select few of people that were writing standalone works and wanted to share them. And one of those in a name that people talked about quite a bit in 2015, they were like, oh, you should read Roberto Pinchas, and it doesn't know if this is like, I don't know, just this guy trying to gas himself up, or if there was actually fans on Lit that wanted him to be their darling. But Roberto Pinchas, Pinchas, wrote this book called Magnificent Third Rail. I have not read it, in 2015, and all of his books came out in 2015. I don't know how. Some of them were really short. I think probably 15 pages.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, how the fuck do you write fucking 15 books in a year? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So he had this thing called an 8-part People on Things series, and a lot of these books are really short. And I selected a couple names of these: Tal Lin on a tricycle, George R.R. Martin on a golf cart, Cormac McCarthy on a conveyor belt, Margaret Atwood on meth. And it's just like he just wrote these really short, I guess, books, but he get the impression that he was like super prolific author, and people were talking about it on Lit, and then he got removed from Amazon for, it's not really clear why, but he's still on Goodreads. Like, you can look up what he wrote. But one of the things that, I don't know if this is a hoax, but I saw a dead Amazon link to it on Lit, of a book called Kakumeki Gloptan Justice Tina. And I don't even know if this is real, but based on the reactions I saw of people that like checked the preview, thought it was really messed up. Like really messed up. And it's probably the reason he got removed from Amazon. Unless he just, because you would think that if he pulled it down himself, he would also pull down Goodreads, but he didn't.
So is that on Goodreads? Kakumeki Gloptan?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. So like, that's the thing. I don't know if it's like a real book or not, but.
Do we mean messed up as in like content, or like the book?
It's graphic, as in graphic.
Okay.
Like obscene.
So the rumor is that it was so obscene, that's why either he removed it himself from Amazon or he just ruined his relationship with Amazon or something.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then Pinchos is like similar story to Cole C is he just became too obscure and people stopped talking about him, or rather he stopped talking about himself. I don't know.
You kind of get accused of that a lot on the lit board. People just
that's why I said you need to be insane. You need mental illness.
It's like you can't just talk about a book that you like without someone being like,
buy
"You're clearly the guy," and
buy an ad.
Right.
So next is Michael St. Wood, kind of a Poltard writer, as in like politically incorrect. This is when we're starting to get like examples of it's like not clear whether they were like a lit author or like a Twitter author or something, but he was known as Empty Hero on Twitter and YouTube, but he was suspended in 2015, eventually got like his stuff back. But there was a lot more discussion of him on Poll, but there was also like a decent amount of discussion of him on Lit. And he also like made content to discuss Gamergate, which is probably something like got him a little significant in people talking about him. But the reason why I say Poll is just what he was writing about was just so poll coded. Everybody was like, there's no way he's not one of us. Or just the way it just kept showing up. But some of the books that were mentioned are Split in Two, Europe spelled Yurope, and Europe 2. And then these were just like, I mean, it's 2015. These were making fun of like Hillary Clinton and Obama and just like really insane levels of satire.
Are those available like to buy physically or?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's still around.
Sounds like my kind of shit. Sounds dope.
Yeah.
Like I haven't read it, but it's definitely like if you're into politically incorrect stuff, that was just apparently a gold mine that like Poll really liked.
Okay. Sick.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out. And that kind of brings us a bit into MNMDR.
Yeah, it wasn't that your first episode for this podcast?
Yeah,
Yes,
we did a book club sort of thing on Behead All Satans.
Right. And he also wrote The Tainted Turd, which I have not read, but I've read Behead All Satans.
Yeah, I need to read it. He sent me like 3 copies of it. So I got to get around to it.
Read it.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I love his writing.
So the thing about it is it's a very transgressive style. I mean, knowing the way Jesse writes, you would really like it. He's a divisive author, but he's inspirational to some, obviously. And of all the people that I mentioned, like in the first 10 years of Lit, MNMDR is arguably the most enduring author and standalone work of that period. Like he refuses to disappear. Like a lot of these other authors that we mentioned, they will just vanish. He will not go away. Like he's always trying to build his legacy and haunt people.
And God bless him, because there are some evil, destructive forces out there trying to take out our boy, and he is not letting it happen.
He's like, they like took him off Amazon. They're like fucking faggots, bro. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, and he's got that one cyber stalker.
Yeah.
Oh boy. No, one thing I can say, I don't know if you heard about this, but I saw multiple threads where someone who I believe to be MNMDR was talking about his third book called Everything Has a Face. This could be him. I don't know. But it was supposed to release this summer, but he seemed to be kind of like a lot of authors are, up like a little point where you're not sure if you're done yet, and he stopped talking about it. So
yeah,
it could have been him, or
I was talking to him about it, and I think he was saying that because I think I saw that thread too, so I was asking him about it. He said Everything Has a Face is like a section that's in it, and I think the whole book is going to be called The Jumpy Cutout. And I think he's still working on it, but he's already got like the cover ready to go. It looks fucking gorgeous.
Let's go.
And I think it's an extension of the other two books. But yeah, I have no idea when that's ever gonna drop.
Oh yeah, I look forward to it.
Yeah,
I can say you mentioned some stuff about the reputation of this book. There's an entire schizo lore dump about Behead All Satans in Lamp Magazine issue 17, and I'm warning you, it's a cognito hazard. It makes you, because this is what I mean by it's transgressive, in the sense that there's some people, if you don't have enough mental fortitude, it will destroy you, and you'll think that someone's going to kill you. Like, it's just, there's something, some readers in some threads about that book feel like genuinely terrified that there's a level of verisimilitude that's frightening.
No, he's got that vibe. He's got that paranoid, schizo leanings, you know. But I just want to say, like, I remember MNMDR, like, when I first started posting, like, I think it was like writing. I guess is it Writing General server right now? But like, I remember as like the Unreal server when
it's the Unreal now.
Oh, okay, so it was Writing General before. So I posted my art. I remember like the first guy who kind of really reacted to it like was MDR. He was like on it. I don't know how, but like I don't know. We just kind of like became acquaintances after that. But it was kind of cool that he would just like reach out to like I don't know, somebody who like wasn't even like, you know, established or anything. It was just like talking about it. It was like, oh, this guy's cool, you know. It's always cool to see.
He also had this interesting gimmick of we had to, like, for a while, I was a moderator on that server for a little while. We had this open invite, and he would always like lurk the WG general waiting for like an invite to that Discord, and then eventually when we had like a permanent one, he would just use that, and he would make new Discord accounts, always like lemur themed, and so he would like be on there for like 2 or 3 days, and then he would just stop posting. And so we had like not even kidding, like 20 or 30 different accounts from this guy, just with fucking lemurs, and just none of them would ever come online after a couple of days.
How the fuck do you like burn through that many emails, dude? That's insane. Like, yeah, because like I tried to friend him on Discord, but it's like I'm not friending the right guy. You know.
That's what I mean about MNMDR is building his legacy. The dude never sleeps. It looks like he's just like splintering into all these alternate personalities.
Comes back reborn.
Father of the pod. MNMDR.
Let's go. No, I have him. He's gonna be blurbing on my re-release of Hate Spree 1 that's gonna come out. So.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be coming soon. So he's.
Oh man.
You know, shout out MNDR. Always had my back. He's awesome. Read Behead All Satans, Tainted Turd, and all that good stuff when it comes out.
Yeah,
awesome.
clear aesthetic inspiration in Hate Spree. But you know, clear linkage between those works. Everyone should own all of them. Get Behead All Satans, get Hate Spree, so you can feel like you're part of a unit.
Your power levels
have evolved.
I just also want to say real quick, maybe I'm wrong, but if we're going backwards to Michael St. Wood, I think I saw the Europe. I think I've seen ads for that on 4chan. They look kind of crazy now. I'm looking at it on Goodreads, but yeah, I just wanted to. I don't know, because I know people advertise for like Poll and stuff like that. But yeah, back to MNDR.
Yeah, that.
We had a whole episode about that.
Yeah.
Definitely for people that haven't watched that first episode, go listen to it.
Thank you.
And let's go.
What's Burning Isle?
Burning Isle. So this is like one random example of someone that just kind of like dropped in and made a thread and say, guys, I got published by Penguin and I made like a dark fantasy called Burning Isle, and people were like, wow, it's awesome. Congratulations. And that was it. and there might have been like ads or whatnot, but it's just kind of like in the first couple of years of lit, you would have these people that said, "Yeah, I'm published," and then they won't name the book or anything like that. But then eventually, you started to get like people wanting to throw their name out there. And this is like an example of that, of just this guy that he wasn't trying to like meme himself like Pinchas or Colsty, but he did try to say he pitch his book and say, "Yeah, I finally did it."
Good for him, bro.
And that was in 2016.
Yeah, there's a few figures that kind of pop up over the course of the history of lit that are kind of like that. They'll just be like, yeah, oh, you know, I'm one of you guys, but I just happened to get a fucking penguin deal.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody that's going to be a writer is going to have like a super big personality. They could be lurkers, you know. You can be suspicious as you want about them, just trying to be a shill, and they normally post somewhere else. But just
Bro only
trying
has one book.
to consider all of like the different examples of the kinds of people that were trying to make it.
Yeah, no, it's like bro only has one book. He has done nothing since. It's kind of
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to be like speculative about it, then like we would say nobody writes. I mean, we still kind of say lit doesn't write or it doesn't read. And one of the other projects that was in 2016, I don't know how many people were involved in this, but pictures of David Foster Wallace, pictures of DFW, and it's exactly what you expect, just pictures of DFW, a lot of rare DFWs.
all posted by Gabe.
But that's about all it is. As far as I know, I don't have it.
Gabe from Tuki's Mag made it.
His shrine to David Foster Wallace.
Wait, it's just a document of photographs?
Yeah,
Like, that's it?
it's just color photographs of DFW.
It's his
With
CUCK
descriptions
tribute.
or
It's
no?
his Dave Foster.
It might have descriptions. I don't know. I haven't. I've only like looked at a few pages to see what it was, and that's all it was.
Can you buy this?
I think so. It's probably Lulu print.
Right. Anything that can't go on Amazon, they just go straight to Lulu.
And then also, like in 2016, there was Dreamscape, which is like the more obscure legacy of totalitarianism. Like, also kind of like Hypersphere. I skimmed this. I didn't. I don't own a physical copy, but it's like in that kind of pantheon of books that Anons collaborated and wrote. But it's a lot harder to find because this was already in 2016 where the board was beginning to change a lot, and the collaboration was a lot harder.
Yeah, I vaguely remember skimming through that one and not being as taken with it immediately, but and then what's the Schizo Ramblings PDF? Is that it's kind of the same thing?
No, this is really just the works of probably just one person. And he would just like post like this 3 a.m. Wojak and then just rant about deluge and philosophy and like all this stuff. And he would just do it all the time. And eventually it was either him or someone else made a huge collection of it on a PDF, and you could just like buy it. But yeah. And that's just like an example of how lit doesn't just like have people discussing writing. It has these characters of people like with recognizable quirks. The schizo poster, also known as Schizo and On, was like just one of them. And like I can think of like in Writing General Today, one of my favorite ones is the one that's suicidal about how hard it is to write, as well as Disco Elysium, and just like freak out all the time.
I remember when that
As well as like the AI schizo. But yeah, that's just like another part of like lit history. Is we're in a insane asylum. We have like these people that have their hobby horse of things that they're tortured about.
Yeah.
And it's just a space for all of those psychotic voices to to unload.
Yep.
Also, like, just
All those
going
voices are me, by the way.
back. Just going back a little bit, it's kind of interesting. So I googled Will Panzo. Apparently, he works at Marvel or worked at Marvel. It's kind of interesting that somebody at Marvel would be posting on 4chan, but
Hmm.
you never know who's lurking. I guess fucking
And
Stanley
which one?
Ghost or some shit.
What did Will Panzo do again?
The Burning
The
Isle.
Burning Isle.
Oh, okay.
That's a dark fantasy thing.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm looking it up. Like he did some like X-Men shit or something. I don't know. Like he's an editor or something at Marvel. But maybe it's a different Well. I have no idea.
That'd be really funny. Because that there's like, yeah, randomly there's people who are actually like in kind of like high up places, or like they're like embedded in industries, and you're just like, oh shit, what are you doing posting on this anonymous board?
We're blowing up his spot. He's gonna get canceled after this.
Immediately get him fired.
No, it's over. You're not gonna get canceled anymore. That shit's done. So
Right. Did you read Leftopia? I remember reading it.
A lot of these I have not read. I've looked at. I think the things that really interested me were the Legacy series and Hypersphere and Behead All Satans. Those are the ones that I really focused on, and eventually got involved in one of the magazines we'll mention later. But yeah, like a lot of this stuff, I only like sort of know what it is to just kind of like say, hey, it's out there. I mean, part of this is just to illustrate and probe the depths of like all of what's happened, because you could easily like just make a post and say, hey, how many lit authors are there? And someone will give you 4 names and you'll be like, oh, wow, that sucks. So I'm trying to just like, even if I can't really explain all of them, I'm giving you like just plant the seed of saying this is out there. That's at least my goal of talking about history in that way.
yeah. I mean, have you?
Yeah, no.
Did you?
Because I can't be responsible to read all of these. Because I like to read good literature, and I don't want to read all this.
Right.
Fucking garbage. Did you?
You
read
definitely
Leftopia,
have to.
Jesse, or
Which one?
Leftopia? Did you read it or?
Oh, Leftopia. Sorry, I was like, wait,
Yeah, by
what
MAVV.
Yeah. No, I read that. Oh my god, a little while ago, actually. Yeah, I remember. I downloaded a PDF of it sometime. I'm looking. It says it came out in 2018. So yeah, I must have found that around like 2020, probably 2021, maybe, and read it. And I don't remember too much from it, but just being like shocked by the attitude of it and be like, this is fucking cool.
All right. So I guess it's cool. It's maybe worth a read.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume that all of these are probably, well, I don't know. You're definitely gonna have to like parse through some, some not the quality's not gonna be up to snuff with some of these, but might just be worth it for just the curiosity of just enduring something totally unique.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And the next one is London Frogs, The Last Binge Ever, which is 3 volumes of collections of green tech stories. And it's blue, like you'll have the blue background like you're on the board. And I think they're really just screenshots of like the OP is always just a Pepe, the frog, and just green tech stories about living in London for 3 volumes.
All right.
Living in actually. Sorry, what was that?
No, I was just saying, living in a bleak place. What did you say, Jesse?
Oh, I was saying like that actually sounds kind of interesting. I mean, it sounds like a little bit lazy, but also, also might be worth checking out or something.
Yeah, and this is more kind of like the standalone work, and it kind of like focuses on like a more pure vision of a voice from lit, rather than like the chaotic kind of voices of like the neovellas we were talking about.
The guy's like autofiction, but London, that's like the big dream.
Toxic Bro Dude before Toxic Bro Dude.
Yo, you're right. It is.
And I think the next one, L'Ennemi, or the Tumult of the Tapir, it's also in French. The actual title's in French, but I can't speak French, so I think that's also a novella, but I don't know all the details about that project. But one thing I do know is that the subtitle is a reference to an unreleased project from 2017, which we will not be talking about.
Oh, really? What?
The Tumult of the Tapir.
Huh.
I can add the notes later for you to like discuss this in another episode, but I don't want to.
Oh, really? Is it controversial? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
It's alluding to it's alluding to a famous shitpost.
Okay. Oh, this is so interesting.
There's so many
Yeah.
like
I'm so curious.
There's so many Pandora's boxes, like the fucking Bamps, Shitsko, Lore Dump, I guess, you know, like fucking what is it? Kamakeke, Glopcon, Bukaki, Justice, whatever. There's so many projects that are like, open this and your face melts off, Indiana Jones.
I'll let you know what the book is I was referring to later. If you want to look into it. You probably know what it is. But anyways, the Complete Works of God 2, that actually had excerpts in Lamp magazine, and I read that, and it bounces back and forth about stylistically so much. Like those excerpts start with like something almost like a gospel of someone just making up new revelations. And then another section is about describing what post-irony is. And then another talks about male problems and all other kinds of stuff. It just, and I didn't know how to make heads or tails of it. But it's out there. I don't know if it has multiple authors or not. But yeah.
No, like narrative structure, really.
No, it just every chapter it's a different book, feels like. So it makes me think that it had multiple authors, but it might just have one. I don't really know. Now, Nicholas Blacksmith wrote A Walking Aphrodisiac, and that's 2019. You can find that if you look for it.
So
that's like one of the other pretty much the last standalone work that I would mention from like old lit.
Okay.
What did you I'm just looking at the thing. What did you mean in full on Internet Archive?
Yeah, just like you know what Internet Archive is, right? Where you can find just like even if a website gets taken down, you can still find it again. Right. This is where like a lot of these like sources, you're only going to find them there.
Okay, that's just where you can read it.
It's a safe haven for content. I mean, yeah. I mean, some people publish things directly onto Internet Archive because they know it'll immediately get taken down anywhere else.
Wasn't this?
And it can get taken down there too.
If I'm not mistaken, like the Minstrel.
What was that?
What?
If I'm not mistaken,
that's what I was saying.
The Minstrel was uploaded on Internet Archive before I got taken down.
Yeah, it was. Before it was taken down.
He can't even be safe on Internet Archive. What the fuck?
Yeah.
No,
yeah, you can be too transgressive for Internet Archive.
Do you know what's up with the?
Yeah, if you don't want it forgotten, you got to save it yourself.
But do you know what's up with the Walking Aphrodisiac by Nicholas Blacksmith? Was it just like
a
book?
Have not read it.
Just dude living his life, you know.
Unfortunately.
I guess shout out.
You can make a few assumptions.
You know, I can say like going next before we get into like the new lit. There were like 10 different magazines through lit's history, and they kind of like popped up and died, and then some of them were overlapping. But there was always like a little magazine project and zine culture to contribute to. I can't remember the order of like some of these earlier ones, but a lot of the early 5 were like April Reader, Pinecone, Metric, Zine Writers Guild, and Lit Quarterly. And I think some of the people, even like in the past 5 years, still remember Lit Quarterly. That was because there were 4 issues starting with fall 2019 to summer 2020, and it had paid contributors. And most of the writers for the first 3 issues were like people from Lit, but later it just got overwhelmed by outside contributors after people just tried to advertise, get it bigger, and it just led to burnout from the writers getting frustrated, and with the editors being overwhelmed. I think it's a interesting case of like hostility to pen names, which is something that you kind of feel with the books in this first decade, is people didn't want to put a name on things. Like you had some exceptions, obviously, but and you still see that today is when people will drop into a thread about a magazine or something, and they'll be like, "Why aren't you anonymous?" And like we'll post soy jacks and stuff like that, and it's just, but that's kind of like part of the culture is that hostility to identity. And I think there's always going to be that perennial tension for writers between like that cultural purity of anonymity and like the practicality of like building a body of work, having a community, things like that. Because like some of these like anonymous like novellas are just not done anymore, or just feel like they're harder to do. Especially once people start getting their names out there, they don't want to contribute to something anonymously anymore.
Well, because you're working with like what, like 100 people or something. Do you know how hard that is? Like even just us setting up like a podcast with like 3 people is like a nightmare. Like it's just what you're asking for is
Yeah.
feasible to get projects done. But I get it. It's anonymous.
Yeah, and like to make like a historical example, because like some of the like these feelings are not like particularly unique to like Lit. Like even in medieval Europe, anonymity was like associated with humility. Monks and other authors that were kind of like in that frame of mind. Like even Soren Kierkegaard published anonymous for years. He would just change his name all the time, argue with himself. And it's partly for that reason is they felt like there was a value of just not naming yourself, and that your work meant more than who you were.
Yeah, for sure. But like going through all of these mags, like was Mini Mag like I guess the most successful?
Yeah. So like as far as the newer ones, there's Lamp Magazine, which is like the et symbol for and. People call it the ampersand. But yeah, it's the ampersand lamp.
Shout out.
I say lamp because the website's Lamp by Lit.
Right.
But there's also Unreal. There's Mini Mag, which Mini Mag started on Writing General and eventually grew to something big. And there was also Magnum, which was this is funny. It was really just some guy when Lamp was like down in the dumps. He said, "I want to make a magazine kind of like Lamp," and he started getting all these people into the thread, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna make this first issue really cool." And there was an editor that came in that was like criticizing me and said, "You should edit it like this, and the graphics should look like this." And he's like, "Look, man, I got it under control." And in one of the threads, this vigilante editor just drops an issue. His version of Magnum, and it has all the writing in it. It has pictures the guy didn't want to put in it. And then the original guy that had the idea for Magnum was like, "Okay, I guess my work here is done," and just leaves.
Wow. You got hijacked.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever another issue, because it was like obviously they wanted to make more issues, but he got mad because like when you don't like put your foot down and control the project, this is kind of like what happened with the Quagga project, where somebody came in and kept deleting the work, but this is like instead the guy was like, "Here, let me finish it for you since you're incompetent."
I mean, maybe was. I don't know. I mean,
And then another one of like the newer magazines is Vento, VENTOUX. And there's a couple people we know that are like publishing on that, but I don't really know that much about it yet.
How many of these have you submitted to, personally?
Really, just Lamp magazine. I've had some ambitions to look at Unreal, but really, like a lot of the genre fiction that I read as a kid, and like wrote in high school, which I don't really save any of that writing. Like I did pastiches of Lovecraft and wrote like or read sci-fi like Heinlein and Philip K. Dick and Arthur C. Clarke, stuff like that. But it just once I got older, I started just looking more into literature.
wait. Okay, this reminds me, Miles, if you're there, could you explain to us what the fuck happened with the Unreal Party?
The Unreal Party. You talk about the Twitter thing?
Yeah, like the whole thing. I
In
remember that.
Latvia?
That shit
Yeah,
was
so that
crazy.
was a gaffe by I believe Rhyme was the one who was running the Unreal Twitter at that point. His whole plan for that was to just basically make up something that was just completely ridiculous and totally out of pocket. And I think he was just like having a good time shit posting because like nobody from Unreal lives in fucking Latvia, especially with none of their own volition. I'm 100% certain that the meltdown was just a really coordinated shit posting. It may have been
Okay.
Hobson who goes by David Gavliowski, something like that. He wrote the HMS Marina book in the Unreal Tales Volume 1. But it was either him or Rhyme and Grind who was responsible for the Unreal Party, which I did not attend because it was a little out of my price range to fly to Latvia.
Bro, you guys fooled me, like, cause I was trying to find out whether it was real, and then like Tukey's posted in the Discord server, he's like, yeah, it's real. And I was like, what the fuck is going? But it's actually it was a bit. I was like, there's no way they like
It was a
did.
bit.
Yeah, okay.
100% it was a bit.
That's
Absolutely.
fucking
There
awesome.
was one line where he goes, in his meltdown of tweets, there was one line where he goes, "I squandered this like I squandered her love," or something like that. And I was just like, okay, it's all bullshit. Like, oh man, genuinely funny as fuck.
I
Yeah.
love reading through that and seeing like the increasing desperation. It's like parties happening right now. If you need the address, not a lot of people have shown up. I'm hanging out at the bar. And then just like this sad picture of like whatever parties.
No one's here. No one showed up.
No
Party's
one's
Yeah.
It's just like when you're throwing a birthday party and you invite like your 4 friends from elementary school, but you like low-key invite your whole class. Like, yeah, we're going to Chuck E. Cheese or whatever. And then you show up and it's like you and like your one kind of close friend, but he only stays for like 40 minutes. And then you're just like alone with your parents at the Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. Just
God.
knocking over plastic cups and shit. Like, fuck this.
Oh my God. Social
But
rejection. That's a core experience for every human male. Like, yeah, I'm cool in my elementary school. Oh, no, I'm not. Never mind.
by the way,
The coolest
Miles,
awakening.
were you at the beginning of like Unreal, like how that got set up, or
Kind of. So I came into Unreal through WG, when that was at least when I was still really active on Lit. LA Lobby Shane posted a Discord link in WG after I was saying, "Oh, you guys are doing a Discord server," and I hopped in, and then he and I talked briefly, and he was like, "Yeah, if you want, I'm gonna do a episode about something or other. I need a co-host." And I was like, "I could talk about this." I really don't remember what the episode was, but I did that one thing, didn't think about it too much, and then I came on like maybe 3 or 4 days later, and I had been elevated to moderator, and I was like, ah, all right, I guess I have responsibility now. So kind of I kind of took over that because after after Tales of the Unreal Volume 1, there was kind of this whole big scandal. Unreal kind of fell apart for a couple of months, and people had submitted stories for Unreal Tales Volume 2, but nobody had really done anything for it. So if you buy the Unreal Tales Volume 2, that's why like the size is different, the formatting's a little different, because I basically did that whole project myself. I did get,
Whoa.
I don't remember exactly what his name is. Guy Hayes is what I know him as. I don't remember what his Discord handle is. But I did get him because he did the art and the formatting for Volume 1. And so we were able to get together and do some of the stuff for Volume 2. But in terms of like making the front cover and doing all the internals, selecting the stories, I did basically all of that myself.
Damn.
And you contributed a story too, right?
Yes. I mean, all the stories, as far as I know, they're still up online. Like you can read them on the Unreal Press Substack. I believe they put all the PDFs up for free.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right about that.
Yeah.
I think actually you asked me if I submitted a story. I had two stories in the first one. I was actually the cover story.
Yeah, Twin Candles,
Twin,
right?
Twin Candles, which Capitalissimo of the prestigious Cookies Magazine podcast did not like, but I thought was very good. And then I did one called the Marlin Spike in the second volume. In the third volume, they did like a science fiction one, and I don't really write science fiction, certainly not well, and so I didn't really see a point in submitting to the magazine, so I didn't, and then I just kind of stopped keeping up with what they were doing after that.
Sick. Okay.
And then
So,
did Nesmer kind of take over for you, or was he just kind of on the team?
Yeah, so there's actually two servers. There's the Unreal Bros server, and that has guys like Heteronomic. It has guys like the dude who wrote, oh, I love that story in Volume 2. It was about sleep. I can't remember. He has a Viking Wojak for his Discord handle, but man, if you're out there and you're listening to this, I still love that story. I think you're a great writer. But there's a story about like demons of sleep or the edge of sleep, something like that, in the middle of Volume 2, which I really, really liked. He's in that server. There's a couple of like I guess, older Unreal Bros who did the original Unreal stories. They did like Islamabad Bazaar. They did the first collection of Unreal kind of press stories, and a lot of them are very high quality and very good. Um, but that's one server, and then there's the Unreal Press server, which was L.A. Labuschagne, Rhyme and Grind, me, Nesmer, Frank Gardner was in there for a little while before I ran his ass out because he couldn't follow the fucking rules. There was there was a lot of like fairly well-known names, at least in the Unreal circles, in those servers. But I was in the Unreal Bros server for a little while, and then I made a comment about Guy Hayes, like not spending time with anonymous people, choosing to have like a family instead. I made some sly comment like he's a faggot or he's gay, something to that extent. And those whiny babies in the Unreal Bros server like clutched their pearls and like you can't talk about one of our guys like that. That's one of our guys. And then I got kicked from the server. And I'm pretty sure when Guy Hayes had like a good sense of humor about it, they're like, yeah, okay, let's invite him back. And I was like, it's one more server to like spend time in. I don't really have that kind of time, so I just never got the invite. I just never clicked through on the invite. So
But they were like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have kicked
I
him
mean,
out of the group.
I assume the best of it, but if they're still malding about it, that's doubly funny. Uh, I'll be honest. I don't have any beef with them. I don't really think about them that much. I think their new tales are doing fucking fantastic, and I've loved everything that they've put out so far. So I've got absolutely nothing bad to say. So
well, it's
besides the fact that I thought that the reason they kicked me out was because I shit talked that guy in a very clearly facetious manner, and they really didn't seem to like that. which I just thought was, you know, a little bit of a bitch move. Like this is just
It's a
petty.
bitch. But
So, somebody couldn't take the banter because, who's this new guy? Oh my God. I mean, they did a whole general purge, if I remember correctly, of that server. All the guys who were not like original people were summarily kicked out. So I'm sure I was not the only person caught in that crossfire.
yeah, and it's funny too as you're talking about like servers. Like, there's so many repeat servers of like just writing groups and chats where you're like, oh, there's no point to making like, it's like, oh, why don't, I don't know, King Cringe, why don't you make a server for Subverted? It's like, there's already Tukis. Like, it's gonna be full of the same fucking people. There's no need for another
Right.
server.
Right. I mean, we actually did split the WG and the Unreal server for a little while. When there was the whole like debacle um, between one and two. A lot of people were like taking breaks and were like retiring from the server. We're doing like splinter servers. Of course, you had Anons who were like power tripping in their new servers and muting people and kicking people, and those servers died like in not even hours, like in minutes. People were realizing, wow, this dude's a real fag. I'm gonna hang out in here. This guy sucks. Um,
Yeah.
but there was a rich, like again, they did the original Unreal, was in the Unreal Bros server, Islamabad Bazaar, all that, and then we did volumes 1 and 2 in the Unreal Press server, which is the WG server, which I think now is the Unreal server again. And then I think past that, they've mostly kept it to the Unreal Bros server, and that's I think where they do all the development um for the future like Unreal Press volumes or Tales of the Unreal, I should say.
Sick. All right.
Hey,
Well,
I think I saw something about Nesmer. I think he said something that they were almost done with those. That they were gonna wrap up the series with like 2 more volumes. Do you know anything about that or?
I don't. I really haven't had much involvement with them since volume two.
Right.
I got solicited for submissions for volume three, and of course, I'm always around when they're like, hey, we're doing submissions. Like I never miss when Nesmer is shilling for submissions, but I just never submit. I mean, because I'm an alpha Chad, I never submit.
You're
It's
beyond
it's
that.
it's really just like short form fiction. I just don't really have a lot of time for. I mean, I really don't write that much right now as it is. It's been a fairly busy year IRL, and
yeah.
outside of finishing Princess Sidon, I mean, I've got 2 novellas that are from anywhere from like a third to 2/3 of the way done that I haven't finished that I need to finish and put out. And so I don't really have the focus or really desire to sit down and work on a 3 or 4 thousand word story for a couple of weeks to submit. Like would it be cool? Maybe it would be a nice break, maybe get me back into the swing of things. Could be. I just haven't really done it.
So Nesmer's the head of Unreal right now. Is that accurate? Because I don't really.
He's the one I see posting the most, so
Okay.
I guess that would be an accurate assessment. I mean, I don't really know what goes on in the Unreal Bros server. I'm not there anymore. Um, I would guess it would either be him. I know Heteronomic does a lot of editing and filtering down. I wouldn't be surprised if LA is still active. He's kept a lot to his Dreamlands server, but I don't know if he really uses it too much anymore. I wish he would post more on Substack. He's got a really fascinating voice as a South African author, especially if you're not from that part of the world, which is really kind of grimy and filled with like it's I don't want to say it's like a naked lunch situation, but you read it and you can just feel like dirt underneath your nails. It's a really fascinating way that he writes, and I would love to see more from him.
For sure.
Yeah, he's a good writer, and it felt like we were like hearing from him quite a bit, and then it like he fell off the face of the earth or or something, or it,
Yep.
it's like he was he was dropping those episodes, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, he went AWOL.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like how the Unreal Press has always been. Is we have we have like a spurt of inspiration, and then we do a bunch of episodes, and then it's actually funny. I recorded an episode with LA, and then we afterwards, it was a good episode, and we're like, all right, which one of us is going to edit it? And LA, I think, said something along the lines of, one of us will get around to it, and that was like last year. So one of us, we both have like this hour and a half long audio call that we both participated in that someone has to put together and edit that neither of us really gives a shit about. Same thing happened. Oh, I think it was actually the interview with Minimag, with Alex Prestia. We had a whole ass interview with him, and they're like, yeah, we'll get around to putting this out eventually. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to edit it. It's like, I might get around to it, and then we didn't.
Wow.
You know, like this precisely is why, at least for Subverted Subversions, we don't edit, because we don't want to do that shit.
I mean, it's if we weren't like completely fucking retarded, and when I say we, I mean Unreal Press, what we would do is we would have local audio recordings that we would then send to each other through like Catbox, and then you have to sync it up. You have to go through and mute sections where someone's like shaking their entire fucking bottle full of ice. Gabriel Sinclair looking at you, Gabe. And of course, David being too lazy to go through his own audio and mute that for the show is very Unreal-esque. I love that for him.
Just anytime anybody's lazy now, it's really unreal of you, you know.
It's so funny. Like Unreal basically stumbled their way blindly and like with half a brain to pseudo success. Like their level of incompetence, it just always rises to a new low. It's just how much worse can it get? Unreal will it continue to amaze you.
It's sick.
Oh.
But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of other, like, I know mini mags around, and also BAMP. I think Kenneth Wright,
Yep.
Hartley, and
I do want to like close out this little part about old lit with the magazines before we get onto new lit, and you all still have some energy to talk about that, right?
It's fine. Yeah, I actually know Alex fairly well. He's mini mag guy. But he and I have talked. We were actually going to do a show together at some point. But we both. I mean, it was at that time where I was just starting to get super busy. He was starting to continue working on other things, and it just kind of never materialized. But I know a little of mini mag, but otherwise, I mean, you guys can keep on carrying on.
Yeah, that most of these magazines that I mentioned, with a couple exceptions, never last more than 1 or 2 years. And mini mags, I think, a good exception to that. And it's interesting because it started on WG, and um, in an interview, I heard that like some of the early issues, it wasn't multiple people; it was just the editor. And it was only him writing his stories. But eventually, he just kept spreading out, and then he got people from Asia, Africa, all the Americas, Europe, and just of all ages. And it just became this really big thing to the point where he could consistently get uh, issues out every week, which is just crazy amount of dedication.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he actually started it, if I remember correctly, he started it during COVID because he was cooped up. He was traveling in China he was in college in China actually, and he wanted to, I guess, connect with other writers because COVID, the Chinese lockdowns were extremely brutal. And so he started the mini mag project, and he said, I just want something that's going to be dedicated and reliable that I can do, every week, something I can always look forward to, and I just do it as long as I possibly can. I mean, and he's still been going for as long as he has.
wait, if
It's
I heard you
kind of
correctly,
inspiring,
he
like
lives
his
in China.
dedication. He did. He taught in China for
Okay.
he was doing his education in China to be an English language teacher. He's currently in Thailand now, and he does English language teaching in Thailand.
Cool. So mini mag is like Xi Jinping thought. That's fucking sick. No.
He's got the yellow fever.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Uh,
why.
he,
Okay.
he speaks fairly fluent Chinese, if I remember correctly, and at this point, he probably has a very good grasp of the Thai language, if not, some working aspects, because being in Thailand and not speaking Thai would be a big detriment, right? Even if you are an English language teacher.
Yeah.
So getting onto the new lit.
Oh, just before that, I just wanted to say,
yeah.
shout out to Lamp, Kenneth Ryan Hartley for, I think he's bringing his show back and he's got a good mag. I think you were publishing it, right? I think you mentioned so.
Yeah, I still have more to say about it because there's a part a little bit later where we talk about some of the stuff that happened.
And I was just going to give a shout out to him, like creating the leaderboard that we all now have to compete in for sales numbers. So
yeah,
that shit's cool. Oh, for the what, Jesse?
For the rank. We all got to compete for rank now.
Yeah, turn this into class.
Shout out to Ryan.
Hell yeah, and he's got a book out too, right? So
yeah, he wrote Chicken World, which he just re-released, and then he also wrote a book called Mantelpiece, but I don't think you can buy that anymore. I think he still has to re-release that one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. But I guess now it's time to get onto the new lit. Let's go.
Yep. So mostly for new lit, I'm still talking about the writing scene, but some things to think about that like really help understand and look back on old lit and even understand it now is if you read the sticky and check the wiki, which I think it's lit.trainrolls.xyz. If you look at Lit's recommended books, there's all these lists, all these categories of pictures of recommended books in all kinds of genres, themes, and stuff like that. It gives you a good idea of what the board reads. And it's especially interesting when you trace the history of the top 100 because Lit would have top 100 competitions where people would vote on who's your favorite book, what's your favorite book and author, and then they would rank them. And over time, you start to see that transform. And I think like the big change you'll notice is in 2016, where philosophy and like other nonfiction pieces will start to appear in that top 100. And it's not to say that Lit didn't read that stuff. They were discussing philosophy and history ever since 2010, but there came a point when you could argue if this was the beginning of the middle of Lit, it was like around 2015, 2016 through 2020, and it was, I think, defined by that really heavy interest in nonfiction, in my opinion.
Well, like, what's the top book? Is it Donald Trump's Art of the Deal? Like, what's up?
No, I think like literature still like dominates like the top 10.
Oh, okay.
And it would be like Moby Dick, Ulysses, Infinite Jest would sometimes be like the ones winning number one.
Shit, I've never read,
I always see Stoner on there and Steppenwolf and American Psycho has been getting like bumped down lower and lower, but I always see it on there at some point.
Yeah. But I think like the top 100 is an interesting thing of what people like to say is their favorite book. I mean, some of them aren't surprising, might be in the top 100 anywhere, but there's certain books that like Lit particularly likes. So it's interesting just, I think, to look at those.
Mm-hmm.
And then also like another point we talked about, like the 4chan archives in general, about them, they're incomplete and imperfect, meaning there's not a single archive for every board. Like you can look this up. There's multiple ones, and every archive doesn't host every single board. They'll like have a specific one, and they'll also cover specific years. And then there's also been like tragedies of, oops, I didn't do something right, and now it all disappeared. There's been archiving is its own rabbit hole of issues, and basically if you make sure you save things or it'll be forgotten, because the archives for Lit on, I think it's Rosu, is it's kind of shaky. And at least for Lit, we have all the way back to 2010, so it's pretty complete, but it may not always be that way.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a likelihood that if you try and find something specific, that you might just not be able to find it.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
And then,
we already mentioned the
yeah.
lit annotated Moby Dick,
Mhm.
and I did talk a little bit about the read-along threads, which that was something old lit did too. But I think if I remember some of them, there was like Moby Dick, Don Quixote, Infinite Jest, Ulysses. I remember posting in the Ulysses read-along. That was funny, like just drawing stuff with Joyce on it and everything. We had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah. What's Coronameron?
The Coronameron, I believe this was kind of a novella and kind of like kicking off New Lit, which I guess like COVID was like a big part of a, a transformation of lit because it just brought a lot of people to the site. It had nothing to do, in traffic for the board just spiked because even like for years it was just a slow board. It's still a slow board, but it used to be really slow board where
Mhm.
even if you were interested in literature, you would like peek at it and then like go back to a video game board or an anime board because it's just so slow. You could like write something and wait an entire day for someone to reply. So, but once it hit 2020, um, that really changed. And I think Current is an example of like this big collaborative project where like a bunch of people, some of them were probably new, started collaborating and just writing short stories about COVID. And some of it obviously has that kind of novella energy to it.
Right, it's like a play, and it's like a kitschy kind of play on the Decameron, right?
Yeah, the
Okay.
Decameron. And then in 2021, you had Hyperlit, which, at least in the books, there's multiple books as part of a series that claim to be from 1899 to 2121. And it's various authors. I don't know if they're real, they could all be pseudonyms. And it's mostly pseudo philosophy. They're not like stories or people trying to discuss a philosophy that they're just making up.
Oh, okay. So it's all bullshit. Even like the quote unquote like the earliest 1899 type recorded stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, from what I know about it, it's kind of like the Schizo and On collection, but like a little bit like more has a serious edge to it, where you almost think that they're trying to tell you something. But yeah, that's it's one thing that I don't know enough about to really say what it is, and it's a lot of books. It's like 6 or something like that.
Do you have the Coronameron, like a physical of that, or
Nope, I do not.
okay. So you mainly just have uh the Legacy series?
Yeah, the Legacy and Hypersphere.
Here. Okay. What's a
Now, another thing
Gangweed?
is Gangweed the movie.
Yeah, what is
This was
that?
a screenplay that someone wrote in 2021, and it just made this thread where people were just laughing their asses off about this, where he just said, I want to pitch, I want to write a screenplay. I want this to be a movie so bad. And it was basically like, if you know, like the Batman Joker, um, and then like the meme of like the gang weed of being a gamer and like the struggle of being a gamer and all that and all like the cringy memes that go along with it. This guy wrote an entire movie of like redefining the Joker in that, and he tried to pitch it, but he shared it with Lit first, and that's easy to find. You can easily like go find that.
How long is that?
Oh, it's not that. I mean, it's like the length of a short novel or novella. I mean, like a lot of screenplays are pretty short.
Right, it's typically like a minute a page, so it's they tend to only be like 90 pages or a little bit more than that sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Um, and is this kind of where we start to get into some of the modern auteurs and authors.
Yeah, this is the big change, because like before I was just like saying like these kind of jokes and like anonymous, pseudonymous collections and stuff like that. But one of the things that really defines New Lit is the community, with people making like pen names and trying to really double down on magazines and stuff like that. And one thing I noticed, I don't know what year this guy drew it. It may have been 2022. Some of the years here will get a little bit fuzzy. But there's this one picture that someone drew titled "The Literally Who's," and it was his depiction of what he felt lit was. And one of the authors that's not on it, but who showed up in the thread and was like, "Why am I not on this Why am I not in this picture? I shill all the time." Is Zulu Alitzpa. But I would actually say he's kind of important, kind of prolific. He's wrote The Savage Green. I did read that. Modem Waves, Panther Pride, Cephalopology. I mean, you gotta respect someone that can write like full length books like that many times, because like a lot of these people, they write one book and disappear.
Many such cases.
Yeah, I've got Modem Waves and Panther Pride. I still need to read those, but I read Cephalopology. I thought that was really fucking good. Yeah, he seems like a worthy writer in the scene.
So The Savage Green, it's kind of like it starts really dark and serious, almost like a Dante's Inferno version of Going to Florida. But it eventually you get thrown into this Florida man aesthetic of it's absurdly dangerous, where you can just be eaten by cockroaches. There's like a Confederacy slave camp in the middle of the forest and everything, and like eventually turns into this like Dragon Ball Z fight against like Florida Man and some guy that wants to be God. And it's just, and then there's this whole like the first third of the book feels kind of dark and edgy, and then like the last chapter, I think it's like the last chapter is like 2/3 of the book just this stream of consciousness becomes like satire of like somebody like getting run over by cars and losing all his bones and like getting on the healthcare system, and it just keeps going on and on. It gets crazier and crazier. So it's definitely a ride. It gets really crazy and definitely very Florida Man kind of feel to it.
I am completely sold on that. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I'm not too into satire, but I mean it's pretty it's cool, I'll say. But into the actual examples in the picture from like left to right, the first is Jason Bryan, who wrote Shit Kickers in 2021. But even I think before he was on Lit, wrote a book called City of Singles in 2013. This guy's Canadian from Vancouver, and this guy, he's got like a dedicated hater that like if you like search it up on the archives, it'd be like "fuck you, Jason, kill yourself, Jason," and it's just like he's, I don't know how he's doing right now, but he was always like trying to like put his book out there and encourage other writers and try to fight the trolls and stuff like that. But
I've definitely seen this book, City of Singles. I've definitely been on the board, and like someone will post a picture of this, and I'll go through the rabbit hole of the research and all that. But I've never actually read one of his works.
Yeah, so Shit Kickers is actually, I mean, people criticize the prose, but to actually, I think some of like the themes is similar to Soapscom, actually, in just
really?
Looking at the generation of Vancouver of being a place that's just not worth living in. It's not a real society. I mean, it's instead of being short stories, it's just like one guy, and But as far as I know, I mean, that's something that Brian always really ranted about is just how ruined Vancouver was, and he cared a lot about it.
I'll definitely have to give that a read then. I definitely remember looking at this cover. This cover is pretty fucking sick, actually. Yeah, very attention grabbing.
Yeah, so the next one's Katie Walter. I don't think this guy gets discussed very much. I haven't read his book, but it's 6 Days in the Life of David Vallejo. Yeah, I mean, he was in the picture, but I don't see this guy discussed very much. He was probably just like, it was just a guy back from that time.
Okay, I've seen this book cover before, and I was kind of turned off by it because it looked like sort of like Bridge to Terabithia or something.
Yeah, I think I saw it in Writing General.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, is it supposed to be kind of YA? Do you know, or
Um, I don't know.
okay, interesting.
Oh, so the next one is Chris DWI, was a Welsh YouTuber that reviewed books. He's not an author, but one of the things, like I think the reason why he was put on there is he reviewed a lot of F. Gardner's books, as well as Shit Kickers, Eggplant, Faceless. So like for a time, his channel was like considered a lit channel, I guess.
He was the original Tukey's Mag.
And then there's Lucas Bineville, which I believe in your last episode, Nesmer mentioned him as being like a big part of like the Choose Your Own Adventure deal. So he was considered kind of like an old guy in terms of like the emerging new lit. And then it also, moving on in the picture, was R.C. Waldon, who I don't think is actually a lit author, but he was memed as just, this is kind of like a Tao Lin situation. Where he was a YouTuber starting in 2020. And I'm not sure if this was just Waldon shilling himself or someone just genuinely liked him or wanted to troll him. But he was Waldon threads and people just mentioning his name over and over until he became like a canon personality in lit.
Yeah, that can't be understated. How much people memed the fuck out of Walden, and just utterly relentlessly, to the point where they would just pick apart the fuck out of every little sentence, everything he did, and it was relentless. Yeah, you couldn't go on there without at least seeing like one or two of these fucking Walden threads. And it was kind of funny because I remember I discovered him through the YouTube channel, and then discovered that people were talking about him on 4chan, and was confused. I was like, wait a minute, how is someone who's like making who's like trying to like be successful on YouTube, how are they also doing this? It just seemed sort of incongruent or something. But
yeah.
Did you read any of Walden's books?
Nope. I heard they were bad.
Yeah, I heard.
Like I think if he had an editor, he ignored everything the editor said. There's some books like that where someone will write like a manuscript in middle school and then they'll just get it acquired. It was with that girl who wrote like the fantasy series that's like in big box stores and even got like a movie. I can't remember what it's called, but she literally fought her editor to say, no, I want the original vision of this. I'm not going to change anything. It's like, you wrote this in middle school, girl. But yeah, I think Walden was the same way. He's like, no, I'm a genius. He didn't edit it.
Right.
No, next is F. Gardner. We've
big one.
I think Miles mentioned Gardner, who wrote the Horror's Call series, which is kind of like Goosebumps, except like more lit. I guess. He is speaking of Pandora's box. That is a Pandora's box of an episode.
Yeah.
What is that?
Probably.
What does he have, like almost a dozen books this now? And he often says that his books are prophetic. And whenever something happens in the news, he'd be like, "My book predicted this like a year ago."
Damn, he must
But yeah,
be a genius.
he's was also mentioned a lot. And whether it was just him shilling or people thinking that wanted to see more of him. Who's to say?
Yeah, if
And
you
he was
go to
also
Lit, if you go to Lit right now, you'll see an F. Gardner ad because he's
Oh, yeah,
all over there.
he gets ads a lot. He's gotten ads for years. Specifically, is the first book, Call of the Crocodile. You'll probably hear a lot. He mentions that it's like his first book, but he has a lot of them. But he was parodied by someone by the name G Farmer in Call of United Airlines, which if you're familiar with some of these names that we're talking about, of just like these personalities around Lit, around 2020, 2022 and on, it's basically a parody where Gardner's fighting all of these authors and he has a katana. Yeah, it's very wacky, but it's written to read like Gardner.
But it's just
and there was also Call of Wells Fargo, which I haven't read that, but I read United Airlines like almost like in an hour because it just has this flow to it where you can just really quickly see everything, and it's just a big shit post, really.
I think the
And it
only
has
thing
all the thread personalities in it.
I
Even
know about
Waldon's in it.
I think the only thing I know about this guy is Call of the Crocodile, because I think that was the one that was like memed the most. But other than that, like, yeah, I just heard stories about this bro. This guy.
They just kept making this fucking book.
Yeah, and also that, like, you know, he has the katana, and I always see him like in a bathrobe, so he's like doing the weeb shit thing. I guess.
Yeah, he's actually a Buddhist, I believe.
Oh my
He
goodness.
wears kimonos.
Yeah.
Let's go.
He's got like, yeah, that's so funny whenever you see his like dorky curly hair and the kimono, and you're like, holy shit. I haven't read any of those books, but I've definitely like read the free samples that you get on Amazon, and they just do seem very like just silly and kind of relaxed, and you're not really supposed to take them seriously.
All right. Yeah.
So next is Ogden Nesmer, and he's drawn like a pig. And you had him on last episode. He's like known for Eggplant, I Pray to the Hungry Gods, Silkworm, and just recently published Bath Procession, which you were talking about. Yeah, he's drawn like a pig. I think like even though he's kind of like these days more associated with fish and like cuttlefish and octopus, there was like a period of time in like early New Lit where he was drawn like a pig. I forget why.
Huh.
But it's yeah. He was
his former spirit.
I think I used to know why, but I don't know why. I forgot. But yeah, he also wrote a number of short stories too in various magazines. And like I said before, he just revealed that last episode that he's still trying to carry on the Choose Your Own Adventure project.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that comes to light. I hope we actually get to read that, because from what he was saying, it's there's a bunch of contributors, like some heavy hitters.
I mean, he's known to get stuff done. I mean, he's got 4 published works, so I mean, I believe he could do it. Right. Now, next is Mike Ma, and you mentioned the leaderboards before. This is the guy to beat. I think he's got plenty of sales. Yeah, and he wrote Harassment, Architecture, and Gothic Violence. as far as I know, I don't know that much about him because I haven't read those books. But is he more Poe than Lit? Like as far as like his audience or his origin or anything, or like
I
where he
think
goes
so.
around? Because I know Lit still talked about him a lot, and he's influential.
As far as I know, he was hired by Breitbart, and then I don't know what he
Yeah,
did after that.
you can read some of his old like political essays and stuff that are, you know, they're based and they're, you know, really enjoyable reads. Me and King actually went had a decent little mini discussion on both of those books, Harassment Architecture and Gothic Violence, last episode.
Oh
I was
yeah,
just kind of saying that, you know, Harassment Architecture, while having little, you know, very micro slice of life moments that indicate a plot, it's mostly his political views and theology and stuff like that, whereas Gothic Violence is like more of a marriage between those two styles, where you actually do get a pretty cohesive plot in and it's not just like in micro doses. You actually get like good substantive moments of plot mixed in with the theology and political essays type qualities. So he's and you know, his graphic design work is so fucking stunning. Like those books are
yeah,
just like they totally stand out in this in the echelon of all of these books. Like those really stand out.
Yeah, people underestimate how big covers are to drawing an audience. People do judge books by their cover, and he put a lot of effort into those. But I
yeah,
think it's also just like the movement that was going on at the time. He just like tapped right into the anger, um, and really what like catapulted him into readership.
yeah. I think I told you, Jesse, like the covers for Harassment. It was like inspired from what I heard from. I don't know if it was like the carousel or something, but they were saying like Harassment Architecture was inspired by MGMT because you were giving me that uh music video, like, and I was like, oh wait, I've seen this before
Oh
actually.
yeah. He was inspired by Little Dark Age.
Yeah, and you can kind of
Yeah,
see it.
yeah. Yeah, you definitely can. The album cover for Little Dark Age has a very, very similar aesthetic to the Harassment Architecture cover. They're, you know, you could almost just put the words Little Dark Age on the Harassment Architecture cover and
Yeah,
you'd be like, yeah, okay. It's the same. It's like the same thing. Um yeah. Yeah, those so if you haven't read those yet, Xguy, I definitely recommend checking them out.
yeah,
All
for
right.
sure. And then
Oh yeah.
John
So,
David Card.
yeah, so
Yeah.
next is John David Card. He actually came into the thread and said, "Why do I have a bow tie in this picture?" But in the I think he's known by the book People Mover, which like the premise of
Yeah.
that is like a little girl gets a gun and she just like travels across the country just ordering people to do things because she has a gun.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I read maybe half of that book before I just like I couldn't handle it anymore. It was just the grammatical mistakes were so constant and were so distracting that I just like couldn't finish it.
Mm.
Yeah,
But I was like, there's like things to it that I liked and that I wanted, that almost like were enticing to, you know, the idea of reading it, but I thought it was just so distracting
Hmm.
that I just kind of set it down. So maybe I do have to go back and check it out again, but I know it's kind of got mixed feelings.
Yeah,
Bam reviewed it.
he's
They didn't
written
like it,
he
so
he wrote People Mover and some other stuff, but I think he's more prolific on just like blogging and like YouTube videos trying to like influence people on a number of different things. So, I mean, he definitely didn't just like write the book and disappear. Like he was always trying to like do his own thing
Yeah, I
and
saw
trying to keep his name on lit.
right. I remember seeing a couple years ago, he was I don't know how successful this was, but he was trying to do this thing where he wrote a bunch of short stories, and then he was going to print off each of those short stories as their own like little zine or whatever, and he was going to like bring them to like weird gatherings and try and like pass them out and sort of spread the word that way. I have no idea how successful that was, but I remember he posted the covers of all the zines he wanted to put out for all the short stories, and they're pretty fucking cool. So yeah, little side tangent there, I guess.
The next is Lewis Woolston. A lot of people know he's still around. Persistent Entity on the board, published in 2019, so like kind of like before New Lit, and one of the older writers on Lit. It's got 3 short story collections. One of the few Australian writers on Lit. I really like this guy as far as I've always enjoyed his stuff. Just has this voice where he can always get into a different emotional state. People from all different walks of life. Just has a really good talent for variety and seeing life through the eyes of others.
I just want to chime in real quick and say this is actually my favorite of the people who are on the Literally Who's, because it's just a fat dude holding the #1 trophy.
Oh yeah, I mean he loves to, whenever he will reply to somebody in a thread, he'll post a picture of a book cover. He's always
It was like,
trying
I'm
to let
#1.
people
I got
know that he
published.
writes.
Yeah. Oh,
He
I
has an
love
undying
that.
belief in his success.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny to me.
Yeah, his presence is definitely still felt, still around. I'm pretty sure the Tuki's Discord actually has a whole thing devoted to just him being able to post pictures of like the scenery that he's around that day or something.
Yeah, it's just called Woolston posting, and it's
Yeah.
mostly just screenshots of his daily life.
That he seems cool. I still need to check out his work, but he
his
seems like a
latest-
very chill guy.
Oh, it's fantastic.
What's
It
his latest
is.
book again? I know White Pill Media reviewed it. It was, I forget what the name
The
was.
Everlasting.
That's what it is.
The Everlasting and Other Stories.
Right. Yeah, that cover's like burned into my brain from how many times I've seen it.
Yeah. I remember the cover. I just didn't remember the name. But yeah.
The next is
Yeah, next one.
Yeah,
the next is
Craig.
Yeah, James Craig. Wrote Faceless, Infinite Money Glitch, etc. Sci-fi author, and as some call him, a genre human. He just really loves sci-fi. Bright Sci-Fi had a YouTube channel about it. Would write on WG's, considered like a writing general writer. No, he's already actually was mentioned earlier this episode too.
Did we? I thought it was before.
I think.
Okay. Well, I
haven't read them.
I was gonna say, me and him have history.
I've chatted with him on Writing General, but I never got around to reading it because, like I said, sci-fi was something I mostly read in like middle school, high school.
Mm-hmm.
I never really got back into it.
Yeah, so me and him have history. We met on the Razor Fist Discord way back in the day. But I wrote a review of his stuff that was like really harsh. Shit happened. We kind of, through time. I was like, oh, maybe I'm being too harsh. I deleted it. Then I brought it back, and then he was, and he was like, like, why are you doing this? And we don't talk anymore, so we're not cool. And I'm gonna say his shit sucks, but that's just me. I have to. That's me. But I'm sure other people.
Yeah, I've never read it, so I can't really say. But I do like Hartley's review of I think it might have been faceless. I can't
It was
remember
5-4.
Yeah, that's where the genre human phrase comes from.
which one.
The review you just mentioned, genre
Oh, okay.
human.
Yeah.
I took that from him.
Okay.
Yeah, he writes a lot of like. I think if you read it, I think he was very fair about it. Bam was like, and to be honest, like I don't even like really hate this guy. It's just like we're just on the outs, you know. And
Right. It's
that is what it
personal.
is.
Mhm.
So
next, we already talked about Unreal Magazine a bit, but
yeah,
one of the last people in the picture is like the icon for Unreal, and I don't know if this was supposed to represent LA Labuschagne or if it was just meant to represent Unreal in its entirety. But like it was an opportunity to think of like Sociopath, like his first book, Prima Donna Girl, it's also called, which is I forget the name of the series. You mentioned it before, but it's kind of like a magical girl series with like a grittiness to it. Because like the girl um, is just this brat that's like taking advantage of like a rich girl in her town.
Oh,
But she also
Sociopath.
has like this magical power to like freeze water, turn it into a shiv. Just
Yeah.
the magic doesn't really come around too much, but I thought the
No,
prose was interesting. I don't know if people really it was as well received, but I
Is
thought it
that
was okay.
Sociopath?
Yeah, Sociopath.
Yeah, I've got I remember picking that up on that's sitting on my shelf right now too, actually. I don't know why I haven't gotten around to it. I think because of the fantasy elements. I knew going
The
into it.
fantasy elements are very fair. I mean, it kind of comes up near the end, but I mean, if you like the majority of the book does not read like a fantasy. You might
Okay.
argue it's urban fantasy, but it
Yeah, like
doesn't. You don't see magic that much.
the book itself is like I wouldn't say kind of a chore, but it is a little more ponderous. It doesn't really have a lot of snap to it. The two fun facts: it was actually a My Little Pony fan fiction. That is the truth. There's a
No
My Little
way.
Pony is yes, it is a My Little Pony fan fiction that he retooled. You can ask him about it. He'll probably kind of sheepishly admit to it. But yeah, it was a My Little Pony fan
I
fiction
heard
originally.
about that and wasn't sure if that was just like one of those things people did to
I mean,
embarrass people, but
it,
that's crazy to
it,
hear.
it's kind of throws back to like when we used to pretend LA was trans to try to
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Yeah.
meme him on the board, it just kind of never worked. And then the picture of the Unreal guy with the I don't remember if he has a goatee or a thin mustache. If I remember correctly, that was a sketch that someone in the Unreal Bros server did of one of their IRL friends that became their icon. If I'm
Oh,
remembering correct,
okay, okay.
that's where it came from.
For some reason, I just always thought it was like Labuschagne because he was like the voice that was hosting the podcast a lot of the time.
I mean, that makes sense. I always pictured LA as like a little bit more of a rail thin kind of guy with maybe like some scraggly hair, but probably not facial hair.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's where that picture came from.
I remember
Yeah,
the
but
trans bit too. That was really funny. And I actually kind of fell for it for a minute. I was like, wait a minute, is this guy actually trans? Like I didn't know.
so I think Miles already mentioned like some of those Unreal short story collections, like the early one, like Spare Change and Islamic Good Bazaar.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and then there's
yeah.
also he's not in the picture here, but I think like was Alex Bayman part of Unreal?
Bayman?
No. Bayman was an outside guy who picked up one of our call for submissions. I don't remember if he picked it up from WG or if he saw it on Twitter or came across it on YouTube, but he's an external writer with a very large collection of his own stories.
Yeah, it seemed
And
like he's written for a long time.
he has his link tree is quite astonishing. I actually had to unfollow him on Substack because there was a point where he was uploading like I'm not even kidding, like 14 to 20 stories a day, and I had to ping
Whoa.
him. I had to ping him in the Unreal server and be like, bro, space this shit out. And he said, how many? I'm like, I don't know, one a week. And he's like, I've got 20,000 stories. And I'm like, I can't deal with this shit, man. It's
Are
too
they all
much.
dog shit?
No, they're just short stories he's written, submitted, put out, things that never got published that he liked. I mean, he basically what he's doing is he's building up the big like server backlog for his Substack. So someone's like, "Oh, I want to read a short story by you." He's like, "Yeah, go take your pick, sort by genre, and find something that sounds good." That's
Oh
what I
wow.
yeah, so but the problem is when you put a story out on Substack, if you don't uncheck push to readers, then they get an email every single time that you put out a new story. So
Worth it.
You're getting 20 emails a day.
it
You
was,
get like
dude, the push notifications, the emails. I'm like, who is this fucking brain drippings guy uploading 300 times a day? I was like, oh, right, Alex, I gotta fucking talk to that dude.
I remember he was trying to get like published all the time too, if I remember correctly.
He's very hard on the publishing grind, yeah, and I respect him for that because just not really my push, but he's always really hard on there. I think he's been published a couple of times. I don't think he's picked up by like a big a big studio like the number one guy Lewis Wolfson, but I think he's been published a couple times, yeah.
Mm. And also on the topic Unreal, you already mentioned the Tales of the Unreal series, but that's like worth mentioning. Now there's what about 8 issues out now, all with like different subjects.
Yeah, they all have like different themes. I think they're coming out with their ninth. If they hadn't come out with it already, I think the ninth is coming out soon. But they all have,
Yeah, probably before
different.
Halloween. I heard.
Yeah, but I think the only one that really deviated from the uh, weird horror is probably number 3 when they tried to experiment with the science fiction. I don't know if they kept up with it because I really just haven't kept up with it myself. I'm sure it's come out great. I just haven't read it.
Hmm.
everyone's just like their Lovecraftian sort of weird tales sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, way more than you think.
This
Um,
last picture, the last figure in the picture is not a rider; it's Butterfly, which is just like a trip code poster. So yeah, nothing to say about that.
okay.
So
No, there's
going
a
back to Lamp Magazine, um, I can't like go over all the history of the issues because it'd like just take a real long time. But there was like a hiatus after issue 14. That's not like the first or the last, I believe. Um, but like to understand kind of like how Plant went around, every issue has like letters to the editor, so you can kind of like see what was going on sometimes. And just with Lamp and a lot of these magazines that we referred to before, some of them include authors we've already mentioned, but a lot of them include ones that I can't name them all. Some of them are anonymous. Um, yeah, it's all over the place. Lamp particularly on like if you would have to chart out what type of magazine it's really about, it's kind of like schizo or hyper modern. You could be reading like one thing, one page, and then you turn the page, is completely different. It's almost kind of like that same whiplash you would get with like Hypersphere or Legacy, where it felt like just writers that don't belong in the same magazine, but just the way the editor made it with like a really uh, with an eye for this crazy visual detail. Some of those issues were actually just like mostly art and pictures, but most of it is like fiction and some like essays and poetry and stuff like that. Now, one thing about Lamp, this isn't like didn't like start from Lamp, but kind of like moved into Lamp's legacy is there was a thread in 2019 where someone said, "Hey, can anybody give me some examples of other like burger punk novels? You know, like uh, Don DeLillo or like White Noise?" And people were like, all like, "Did you just say burger punk?"
Yeah.
And there's still kind of like a discussion about like what does burger punk even mean? And like some people say it's like deals with the minutia of suburban American life, like around fast food, mini malls, usually with like speculation or exaggeration. Like it almost feels like it's in the future, or it's like hyperbolic, ridiculous. And some people say, oh, this is like a brand new genre that Lit created. And then, of course, other people say, this is just postmodern satire. And then some people would say, this is burger punk is vaporwave, but without the K. But yeah, eventually there was a guy that wanted to be like, I'm going to be the burger punk author. And he would submit to Lamp magazine, and it just became this recurring thing. Every other issue, burger punk, more burger punk.
Do you remember who
And
that was?
I don't know. The guy was just, I think he was just called Burger Punk Guy, or I don't think he had a real name.
Okay.
But one like little personal anecdote is I was in like one of the threads and people were like discussing like random topics and as well as like the Lamp issue and the stories that were in it. And one of the guys was discussing power tools. Like he just was on this, he just really focused on power tools that day and just kept researching details about all of them. And I just had this epiphany and I just replied to him, power punk. And he's like, no, stop giving me ideas. Don't do this. And then like later he like posts this like little flash fiction where it's like burger punk except with power tools of like a dystopia of like a America run by power tool companies. And it's just, oh my God. And it eventually made it into Lamp. But that's like, for me, like personally, that was just like really funny moment of, I told him, you need to write this right now because his brain was like moving. And that was Ari, by the way. I think he also wrote Shit Eater Triptych.
Okay.
And Power Punk, and he was an editor with the magazine.
So you inadvertently created a micro genre, almost.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a sequel, but it was a funny moment. That was back in like September 2022. Like that was over 3 years ago.
Flippantly just created the inspiration for this guy's next piece. I know I could be wrong about this, but I think Daniel Gavilovsky, the one who wrote the HMS Mariana or whatever that one story is called, it was in Tales 1, I think. I think he still writes burger punk. I'm not entirely sure, but he's written some he writes plays and stuff like that. And I think one of the more recent ones he did kind of counts as burger punk, or I think he was mentioning that it was that sort of feeling. But like because I think it was like a fast food sort of thing, but it was like surreal and weird as fuck. So
yeah, there was a time like back then, like 3 years ago and before then, I lacked so much stylistic control that it just every single idea I came up with, or if someone like threw a prompt at me, I'd be like, oh, I should write this. Like I didn't have a firm vision of like what style I wanted. I just like every idea, just write it, just do it. And one of the things I did is like kind of around the same time frame, I was like, I should write a burger punk, except it's about fried chicken, because it's like, at least in my region, like fried chicken is like really popular. And I did write something, but I never submitted it, even though like some people were said, oh, you should submit this. This is like really cool. But I was like, I don't think this is actually burger punk. It doesn't work, and it's also not that good. But yeah, also speaking of like lamp submissions, Jack Norman submitted like No Adonis Has Come to Stay in issue 16. Jack Norman mentioned, and
Oh,
yeah, also Sleep Capricorn recently.
Also cooking Subverted Subversions recently. Very cool.
Yeah,
thanks, Jack.
Yeah.
Just constantly reminding him, yeah, way to cuck us, Jack.
yeah. At least like that story. I mean, it's not my favorite story from Lamp. I think the my favorite is one that was the oh man, what let me open this up because I have a copy of it. Because I have the Lamp best of issue. It's the only computer crime for which theologians are consulted. That story is so fire. It's crazy. It almost reads like a Borges story. Like if he were alive today.
Damn.
Like maybe I'm like giving too much credit, but almost everybody that's read that story is like, this is crazy. But it's kind of like there was this thing on the internet that was like a portal to hell, basically. And it just the way he wrote it is just like this. It almost feels like you're talking about like an actual hidden problem. But yeah, it was a really cool story. Now Lamp also had, they don't have it anymore, but there was a standard press where there were 3 short books that came out. Like one you already mentioned, Chicken World by K.R. Hartley, which is like the pen name for the editor. Which I mean, I guess it's basically a burger punk about chicken with virtual reality. Um, I read that. It's pretty. It's got a the vocabulary is really good, and just like the flow to it, and the protagonist is cool, and there's like just a lot of shenanigans about being trapped in the VR world, and just the griminess of um, working for these like giga fast food corporations and stuff like that. It's
Yeah,
cool.
I haven't read it, but I read a little bit of the beginning, and just from the beginning I was like, oh yeah, the vaporwave influence on this is, really fucking Kino actually.
Hmm. And then there was Shards by Robert James Cross. This was like really highly experimental, kind of. I forget how many sections there are, probably like 100. And it's basically, as far as I understand, what he did is just wrote this story about a veteran that's living out in the West, just going through like a mental breakdown and just imagining this conspiracy against him from like these women in Las Vegas, I believe. Uh, and he just wrote it in these 100 sections, and then he just like exploded it into just random parts. But if like you find the cipher and figure out how to read in order, you can like unearth like a whole bunch of stuff. And I've only read it once, and it's just kind of like difficult to make heads or tails of, but you could kind of like see shades of like meaning through it, and it's like visually kind of captivating. But yeah,
But mainly just kind of scrambled the order of everything so it would appear like schizophrenic.
yeah. But the books are really small.
Did they also put out Karma Horror?
Yeah, I heard about that, but I didn't see it.
I
I didn't read it.
I
But yeah, I remember that that was like part of the press. But I mainly like look at like those ones that I had physical copies of.
mhm. I read Karma Horror. I've got it on my shelf. That one was also pretty like nonsensical almost, where it just felt like you just like the most obscure, darkest schizoid ramblings, the without any real clear sense of narrative cohesion or anything like that. It's just like it's just like pure, horrific ramblings.
Yeah. And back to Robert James Cross, he was like a personality in some of these threads for a while because he was like a teacher and he had a lot of opinions about like literary authors and authors in the scene and all kinds of stuff. So people would come and argue with him. And then next is like Improvidence by David Harrod of Tookie's
Shout
Mag.
out in Providence.
Hell yeah. Yep. Shout out in Providence.
Yep, I read that. That was really fun read. I'm sure you two have read that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a little. I think. Wait, King, you also did a mini review for it too, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, yeah. So we both did reviews for it. I really like that book
Back when
quite
we
a bit.
posted written reviews instead of just doing this.
Right.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, if people want to hear about that, like, you can check those out. And there's, like I said, there's other writers that contributed to all these in the past 15 years. I can't name them all. But one thing I can say, there was another LAMP project called the Drops Volume, also known as the LAMP Anthology, which is going to be like a literary special edition where people would like submit like their most polished stories and there would maybe be a compensation for it. I submitted something to that. It never made it because it like fell in between one of those hiatus. So yeah.
Okay.
And then,
And you.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah. It says you personally participated in NaNoWriMo. What is that?
So that's National Novel Writing Month. That's like something like
Oh,
people all over the world do, but
yeah.
Lit for a number of years has like made generals where they'll do that. But like years ago, like I was just kind of like stuck on writing general and lamp threads and just bouncing back and forth between different boards until the NaNoWriMo, which is when I finally got the chance to meet a lot of like these writers on Lit, and like it was a big deal for me. And one of the things I did is it's not the book that I'm working on right now, but there was like one of the more ambitious books that I had that just it was all my notes were just stacking up and stacking up. And I'm like, I don't have a single draft of this, and I need to just write something. And I said, yeah, this November I'm gonna write like at least 5,000 words of this or 50,000 words of this, and I did. And I had a great time. And it was just kind of like the channel popped up and a month later it was gone. But that was like a way that I met a lot of people.
Also, I heard that NaNoWriMo itself, like it's like dead now. Like AI killed it or something.
Yeah. I mean, also like NaNoWriMo in general, it creates like a lot of sloppy first drafts because like the goal of it is just like get the number down. And it actually creates a problem where there's a lot of authors, especially new authors, that have manuscripts that are pitched to editors and publishing houses, but in a lot of businesses, not just in publishing, kind of slow down around the holiday season, anyways. But especially in this, I think it's probably the reason why NaNoWriMo happens in November is because, like, if anyone's going to write a bunch of first drafts and start pitching them, it better be the time where publishers and editors are closing their doors and turning off their phones because they're not going to be reading anything for like 3 months because that's just what they do.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But yeah, like a lot of the people that like write that stuff, they should be polishing it for the next like 3 months because nobody's accepting anything traditionally published until like February.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a different kind of like thing that's already agreed to accept stuff in like October or something like that. But yeah, anyways.
The step into the glow picture with pianos.
Oh, so you remember when I mentioned like hiatuses and stuff like that where the editor would disappear? I wanted, because I wanted to publish some of my work, and I'm just like hopeless in like believing Lamp is gonna come back and just be the best magazine and everything. And like I recognized some of like the weird patterns that the editor has, and I'll be like in an MNDR thread and see hit a certain spelling or a certain color of a picture, and I'm like, it's him, and I'll freak out, and then he'll post like this pixelated um cover of the next issue. I'm like, I was right. And eventually I was telling people about this. I'm saying, dude, he's back. He's back. I was saying that for like a month. And then he like appears in the Library of Mass Destruction chat. Like just like boom, he's there. And that was just like a couple months ago.
Yeah.
But that's like when I say like having like mental illness, this is what I'm talking about. Is you have to believe that you're seeing something. And sometimes you're right when you get like the posting patterns down. And then sometimes you're crazy.
All right.
And I mentioned earlier the where was I? The unofficial best of Lamp, and I believe like so it was unofficial, but that was I think spearheaded by one of those editors, Ari, who just like wanted to collect like the best stories of like the first 14 issues. But it's kind of a meme because it took so long to do, because for one reason or another, Ari's just like a perfectionist about how to make it look a certain way. But anyways, I believe it dropped on Thanksgiving Day, so he like dropped it when the NaNoWriMo thing was still going on, and it was like the best thing ever for me. Just to know that what that was finally put to rest, because it can be like humiliating for people to like just keep talking about this project that'll never get finished, you know. But for him to finish that he got a lot of respect for that.
Yeah. And then Flash Fiction Anthology. So
Yeah, so this was like another one of those like I would probably like kind of compare this to some of the magazine projects and stuff like that. So it was like a community project that started in 2021, and they had 3 volumes of it, and they would just like make a general thread, and they would discuss the stories that they want to do and eventually like submit them to the editor. They had 3 issues: Simeon Deluxe, Rags and Bones, Gifts, Evil and Good. And now you can really only get it on archive.org because it's gone from Lulu. It was originally like a print on demand thing, but you can't do it anymore. So I don't know why. And I actually wrote several short stories off the prompt list. And one of those was Face of Carthage, that's in Lamp magazine.
Okay.
And actually, like, FFA died before I could submit it. Like, I wanted to be an FFA, like, for issue 4, but it just, what happened was, the guy, I don't think it was the original editor, but there was somebody tried to salvage the project and tried to reboot it in Writing General, even to the point where he would make an OP that said Writing General / FFA, and he got some people that were interested, but he kind of gave up, and he gave up before I could like finish the Flash Fiction, and so I submitted to Lamp.
How long did you wait to submit it to Lamp?
Till the next issue.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
all right. And then over 24 Royal Road and Wapot riders on WG.
Oh yeah, this like, I mean, I've mostly been talking about like for New Lit, it's like a lot of standalone work, but we have to shout out like the people that do serialized work.
That's right.
some of these people are really prolific. I can't name them all. There's a lot of people that do this.
The only one I
they
recognize.
mostly congregate on WG. They're a big part of Writing General now. And Writing General also has like a lot of like writing advice. People complain about publishers. I mean, I already just like complained a little bit about publishers earlier, but like 3 of the ones I think of are Akaso, who wrote Retribution Engine, J.K. Sama that did Saga of Cosmic Heroes, and one that was actually successful, like really successful, is 4064 that wrote Trailer Trash. This
That's the
guy,
only one I know.
This guy wrote enough and got enough readers basically to make median income. Like he got to quit his job because he got so many readers.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I've seen
I'm not
this.
kidding. At least that's what he claims. I think he posted some evidence that it, but I mean, he basically, I think the story is like kind of erotica, which kind of makes sense because you can get a lot of readers that way.
It's only on Royal Road though. It's not on Amazon. That's interesting.
I don't know.
I think that there's a physical copy that's only like half of what's available right now, and so he slowly releases the physicals as he writes a fuck ton of it.
Oh wait, no, I see it on Amazon. He has. Wait, it says out of print or limited availability. Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but 4064 I think is one of the more brave like writers in terms of like committing to trying to make money off of it. And honestly, it's a kind of a thing people talk about on Writing General. Guys, do I write serialized slop, or do I try to write literary fiction and never make it? There's plenty of people that feel like they have to sell their soul or anything, but it's just like write what you want to write. I mean, these people that write the stuff on Royal Road, it's because they like it.
Yeah, and like just looking at this guy's stuff, like this because I've seen him before, and like it was the Trailer Trash, and also he writes anime con harem.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up.
I mean,
which seems
really
obviously more erotic.
It's really interesting because like maybe it gets like way spicier or some shit, but it doesn't actually seem to have that much sex, which is kind of interesting. Like you think you're gonna be banging harem checks every minute, but that's not actually what happens in these books. It's probably the same thing with like Trailer Trash too, where it's like, oh, you think you're gonna bang the Trailer Trash, but it's like it's actually a heartwarming story or something. But,
right.
And also,
so we're getting kind of to the home stretch where this is just like listing out a bunch of the remainder of standalone work.
yeah. Before we get to that,
because
I
that's
did want to
really like
mention-
what defines. I mean, some of this was just like anecdotal stuff in like the kind of the community aspect of it. But there's also lots of standalone works, and just mentioning these briefly is
before we get
something
to
that kind of.
I just did want to mention that I did know Akaso. He actually I met him on the
Really?
Razor Cord, and I think he's friends with James. And I think he got like a he has a book called Chernocaster. He got published actually. It's actually quite successful, if I'm not mistaken. He has like 159. Here, let me post it. Has 159 reviews on Amazon. So I think he made it. He's like, yeah, he's published by Moonquill or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm just saying he made it. So I think he made it along with 464. So cool for him. But he doesn't really post much in the Razorfish Discord anymore. So I don't know where the fuck he is or what he's doing. I'm guessing he has. No, I've seen his Patreon. So he's making money on Patreon or whatever. So shout out. Good for him. Made it.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, and I know that a lot of people have been considering using Royal Road as a way of releasing their novels, like a chapter at a time or something. David's also been he wrote Retention Wizard on Royal Road, right?
Yeah.
That's where he's publishing it.
I don't know if he published all of it, but he's trying.
Right. Yeah, I'm not too sure how. It seems like like rare cases for these people to kind of break through using this as the medium for submitting their stuff. But I guess it does happen.
Well, it's just my opinion, but just riding a lot of Royal Road, I don't think I've seen a single thing from like the type of Royal Road stuff that interests me. But if it's your game, it'll be cool. But
Yeah,
yeah,
same.
let's move on to as you said.
Yeah, so Gwendolyn, this was like just some guy that showed up and said like, yeah, here's my novel. I think he wanted it to be ambitious. This really short novel called Get It, which is like based off of like a fictionalized account of a rapper. He wanted it to be like the great Zoomer novel, and like last year, I think I was like literally the only person that read it. And like the one takeaway for me is that in one of the dialogue tags, instead of something like he said, she said, it just says LMAO. I was like, oh man, that's such a Gen Z thing. And I like noted it, but that's about it. It wasn't particularly remarkable story.
I've definitely seen that that cover is recommended to me through our all the other books in our scene or whatever that'll pop up in the
Yeah, but
related.
I'm getting back into like the chronology of it because like some of the stuff I just talked about, it's like a lot of colliding timelines. But we're back in 2020 again.
Mm-hmm.
So he actually kind of released that kind of early in the New Lit cycle. And then next there's Horia Belcia that wrote the synthesis of the objective and the subjective in 2020. I believe mentioned quite a bit among like some of the literally who's would talk about him and say, oh, his book should become a movie and everything. I think was it Lamp that did like a short video about his book? Like it had just like a bunch of animations in it and everything.
It's possible. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and
Yeah,
check.
that was Lamp. He was really interested in shilling that book. I don't remember why. Maybe it was like one of his like internal prints he was gonna do, because I know he did I know in Providence was also done through the Lamp Standards Press. So I think maybe Horia Belcia was one of those.
Yeah, but Belcia, it's I believe it's kind of pseudo philosophy, kind of like the hyperlit. At least it reminds me of that.
That's what I get from the title.
Yeah, next is Quentin Scobie, and this is kind of like a Walden situation. I don't know the situation whether this guy is like lit or not, but lit discuss them. Other boards would be like, guys, why did you send this guy to us? But he had a YouTube channel called The Book Club and eventually just disappeared. And there's still like re-uploads of it. But he wrote a book called Baby Alex in 2020. So, but Quentin was referenced a lot on Lit for years. People thought he was really funny. People still ask about him every now and then. So, like, at least to me, I wouldn't necessarily put him on the same kind of like not as involved as the people in Unreal or Lamp or WG, but he was just kind of like this figure that Lit wanted to color on.
Right. Then Frater Assemblin.
Yeah, Frater Assemblin, at least that's how I say it. He described himself as a local gypsy obsessed with continental philosophy, world religion, poetry. There was like a time where I couldn't really respect them, but I've kind of grown to almost in the same way I respect Lewis Woolston, look up to Frater as like just you have to respect the talent that he has. And he's just really wise, knows a lot about poetry and all these kind of random subjects. Just really well spoken guy. I did read his poetry, The Book of the Void Sun. That's the short version of the name, which is a poetry collection in 2021, but he's written a lot. Has crazy Substack articles.
I know that he got into the fight with some dude on Unreal, and that was
With
like some of the
Daniel.
best shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
he
fought.
fought with Daniel.
Oh, with Daniel, was that the guy's name?
Yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
Hopkins or Daniel Gaglioschi. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was dope. Love
Uh,
that.
and they were just they were going back and forth writing essays back and forth at each other, slamming each other and getting into real semantic arguments.
Yeah, I mean the core problem with both of them was that they couldn't agree on a value system, and so Harry picked Harry is, by the way, what he goes by in the discords if anybody's interested. But Frater and Harry are the same guy, but they got into some argument about literally semantics, and because Harry likes to do the thing where he tests to see if you believe in what he calls your own axioms, like if you have a value system. And that's basically what he did to Daniel over and over and over again. And so they just got into a huge shit flinging match. If you can prove at least to Harry's standards, or just say no, I have my own standards and here they are. He's not like as abrasive as he always seems to come across. Like when you're lurking in the Discord and you see 70 messages from Harry, like just absolutely dunking on a dude in the general chat, you're like, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
But yeah, wanted to put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is overwhelming when you see just this like onslaught coming from this guy. It seems so intimidating.
All right. Then we got Kanon. I don't know who this is. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, so Kanon, he's gone by a number of pen names, but he submitted a lot of like literary fiction short stories to Lamp magazine. And even believe he had an interview on the Unreal podcast and made a collection called The Dose Makes the Poison. But like I haven't heard much from him lately, but I did respect him just because it's like one of the few people that wrote lit fic. So that at least on lit. So I was always looking forward to like more from him. Kind of, I think his Hemingway was a big inspiration for him.
Okay. Then Gulliver Waverly.
Yeah, so Gulliver Waverly Seeds of Doubt, like just a children's book. Not really much discussion on that. There was also a guy, Charles Dearmore, wrote Son of the Sun, which was kind of like almost historical fiction, but with fantasy elements. That got even like ads for a while. A lot of these that I'm talking about are like writing general writers here.
Okay.
There was Nash Knight that did Salvation of Peril Island. Evan Davis, a catalog of haunted houses. L.A. Lynch did Last Call. Zach Winters did Turbulence. Now, one author I want to bring up, because I hear his name a lot, but I don't know that much about where he comes from, is Caleb Cottle.
Yeah, you probably know about him, just you right. I know he's like big.
Like Hardly Working, The Neighbor, Novelty.
I forget, did we learn that he's an Aussie or that he is just with an Aussie press and he's not?
I forget, honestly. Let's just lump him in with the Aussies anyway.
Yeah, I think we were talking with Jack about him, and I think he might have something out through Bonfire.
Yeah, I
Books?
think he's Aussie.
Mm-hmm.
I may be wrong.
Okay.
But...
Yeah.
So I mean, I saw a decent bit of discussion over the years about his work, but I couldn't tell if it was just kind of like what the situation was. But I see his name brought up a bit, so that's that.
Yeah, I see him and Woolston kind of not necessarily associated with each other, but those are two names that come up pretty frequently.
Yeah. Next is KK Wing. He used to be known as KKWG On, which is like short for WG and On. This is a writing general dude going back quite a few years that wrote the Emily Project, which was kind of like a little romance in 2022, and then wrote The Beautiful Kingdom, which was like a historical fiction. about a Chinese immigrant in America. I read that and really liked it. I would even like say it's kind of like a literary fiction, kind of shades of like East of Eden or like a Pearl Buck novel. Um,
Beautiful Kingdom
it-
was?
yeah, Beautiful Kingdom.
Okay.
It's pretty nice story. I think Wing has a lot of emotion in his stories, but he also tried to get on that like Royal Road grind and did a story called A Night of Valora Serenity in 2023. And I believe in like the most recent issue of Lamp, he was like cited at the very end, so I think he actually helped with that. I'm not sure, but I saw his name at the very end.
Okay.
So he's still around.
Also, quick correction. I just Googled it. Caleb Caudell is not from Australia. He's from the Midwest. So
Okay.
Yeah, that makes
He's just
sense.
with them as a publishing, but
Yeah.
they're just his publishers then. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so moving on, there's also a lot of these again, writing general writers. There was Michael D. Cinder, Xenos Depths in 2022, which I think is a horror story, has kind of like a xenomorph looking thing on the cover. Stephen Boswell, The Mystery of a Real Life Dead Person.
Yep, I remember
Uh,
that one.
Kelsey Glass, Two Lesbians Eating Pizza, which are short stories from WG. You can't get this in stores anymore. And I remember him when he was in the writing general was saying, I'm gonna like write something that seems woke, but it's actually like really subversive. And it's like I'm just gonna sucker all these people into getting it. And I think he either changed his mind or somebody like tried to catch him of what he was really doing, and he just like took it down.
Damn.
Rip.
What a noble thought, though.
He needs to bring
Spencer
it back.
Weedman that did Egregore in 2022. I did read this. He's a horror writer. I think Nesmer referred to this guy in the last episode of like talking to him and writing general. So this was a guy I chatted with in writing general. And in the egregore as a subject is kind of interesting if you know about like just it's a thought form of just a bunch of people if they think of something you'll just create this monster. But when you like think about anonymous and all of that, it kind of brings egregore as this kind of occult version of anonymous.
I've seen that one around for a while now too. I was always curious how that held up. I know some people were pretty affected by it.
I thought it was kind of interesting. I mean, it's basically about this husband who's an architect who gets cancer, and his wife is just this. I think she's like an academic, but she's also kind of like a sued, and then she just starts going insane, and there's like the husband dies, and then there's like all this spooky stuff that happens, and the house gets haunted, and yeah.
All right.
Horror shenanigans.
Yeah, the cover of that one is sick.
The next is John J. Stancliffe,
Oh yeah.
Fed book,
Yep.
which
Shout out.
recently got a lot of coverage, which I was trying to champion, like in the Tookies Mag Discord, trying to get them to review that. And I know Capitalissimo like read that, and he was like agreeing with that, but like I became a top tugger just to get them to review that, and it took them like all year just to do it, but eventually they did it.
Yeah, we had to cut them into it.
Yeah, we had to tie them to the CUCK chair so they'd finally get it through to their heads.
Yeah, but I'll say like this is 2022, but it's crazy because it's only like getting recognition in 2025. I feel like, but he wrote it 3 years ago. But of like, I would put it in like the top three of like standalone works that Lit has produced. It's really good.
Yeah,
I'll leave it at that.
Phenomenal. Yeah. Yep, and then we got Tranny Rape Hudson.
C.R. Hudson that wrote Automaton in 2022, The Perfect and the Wicked. I have read The Perfect and the Wicked, which is kind of like a fictionalized account of the Kennedy family, the political family in the U.S.
I'm excited to read that one. That's I think that's the only one from him I still need to read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty. It's definitely a story.
Did you
You were on his show, right, Jesse?
Yeah, I did an episode of Cannon Fodder. We talked about Delicious Taco's book, The Pussy, actually. So if anyone hasn't heard that episode, definitely go check it out because get some good insight into the way I did that shit and how it affected social and all that stuff.
Yo, Miles, you there? Yo,
Yes,
yeah.
I am. What's up?
I just want to say you're leaving right now, right? It's not.
Yeah. We've been
Give
on
people a
this
shout
call.
out.
I don't know if you guys are gonna split this episode or not, but it's been like 4 hours, and I
We'll
love you
work on
guys,
this.
but I gotta do some other things now. I actually didn't expect to be on the call this long,
Yeah,
but
me neither.
Yeah.
But we gotta we're gonna work. How's we gonna finish? We're almost done. But yeah, just let people know where they can find you and shit like that.
yeah. Sorry to interrupt. I know you guys are having a good conversation, but again, you guys can find me twitter.com/milesmac3000 milesmac3000 or milesofwriting.substack.com. Again, I got Princess SAIDON out. I got a lot of short stories, flash fictions, and I got at least 2 other novellas I really want to get out this year, but I don't know if I will. So keep an eye out. Otherwise, find me Top Tugger Discord for Tookies Mag, and I'll see you guys around.
All right.
Thanks,
a lot,
man.
Miles.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right. Let's finish this off. I mean, well, I guess
Yes.
you were going to talk a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, about Hudson. Like he was also doing his own podcast and thing called The Double Dealer, which he had to like shut it down just because he was like really busy with life, which is recently got acquired by Cairo Smith of Futurist Letters.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. I think,
And he came out with like a short story collection called Quarter Lives. So there's that kind of like other thing coming in from all these other scenes getting involved.
Yeah, I don't know if we got cut off, Jesse. Like you were talking about being on TR Hudson show.
Oh, I was just saying that. Yeah, everyone just go check that out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and Cairo is super prolific. He literally just dropped another book like a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago maybe.
Yeah, through New Original Press, right? And they're kind of like they're kind of in the scene too. They're making new books. They did the Dan Baltic. No, they didn't. But Dan Baltic's heading it up. Dan Baltic's part of the scene, doing Nutcracker, shit like that, way back when. So, I mean, he's
they seem very supportive of the writers that have emerged from the 4chan lit scene.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So next is a big one. Adem Loose Reinspecs that did mixtape Hyperborea in 2023. This got a lot of ads, and this like went to like #1 for a lot of people. Of just, I read it, I really liked it, and it's really just kind of like this middle school, high school kind of story about growing up and trying to move on to the next part of life and trying to not let go of the nostalgia and like the feeling of freedom that you had back then. So it's just it's crazy because like it's set in a time that that Reinspecs didn't grow up in, but he gets all the details right of talking about a time where the internet was around, but we weren't always on it. And just like all the shenanigans where you just got away with all kinds of crazy stuff. So
Yeah, you're a big fan, right?
But I think even like kids these days, they still have similar stories.
What are you saying, King?
Yeah, I'm saying you're a fan of Adam, right, Jesse? Like Mixtape.
Oh yeah. I love that book so much, and me me and him became friends through me reviewing it, and he helped kind of usher me into the scene publicly through like Twitter and all that stuff. So I really owe him a deal of gratitude. Just I mean, yeah, aside from him helping me out socially, just like that book is so beautiful and just so moving, and the way he tailored certain songs to certain moments was just like, wow, really, really a great craftsmanship in that book, honestly.
The next is ARX Han that did Incel in 2023. This was one where I believe he said he was kind of like an outsider coming in to try to really write to Lit and 4chan, and had his own perspective on just like the story of an incel. I believe he said it was inspired by a short story called The Feminist, which was about an incel. But yeah, I really like the story. The novel, the prose is great. Goes all over the place. There's still some like things about the way it's characterized that kind of like rub me the wrong way, I guess. But it's one of the, like, as far as standalone works, it's very polished, and Han's got a lot of great ideas.
Well, I haven't read it yet, but I'll say this: I'm probably in the minority. I like the newer cover better than the older cover. I think, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
Intentionality, not intentionality, but I don't know. Like the anime cover, like the way it's kind of looked was kind of, I don't know, the roundness of the face. I wasn't really too into it, but I think the newer one has a better scheme. That was just me.
I think he was really focused on trying to appeal to Lit, and just thought like, oh, they'll love anime, but from like when you really look at the themes of just like technology overlaying and subsuming your entire being, the kind of the new cover kind of captures that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, very good point. Very well said. Because the anime covers are more just like they're more just kind of conveying the interiority of it, and like just the chimping out, the rage, the just like the fuck my life sort of feeling of it. Yeah, whereas the newer one definitely captures more of a thematic concept. Wow.
Yep. And then there's Jack BC that wrote Tower in 2023, from also hosts the podcast Book Club from Hell. Does a lot of reviews, a number of which I believe are like lit books, and he eventually just started to get really plugged into lit the more he was getting involved in that. So, and he's another Australian of all the many Australians that we mentioned.
Yeah, they're dope. They do like interviews with like Gabe and Cap and Capitalismo and Phil Roth. So they do good stuff. I mean, they do more stuff than that, but from what I know.
Yeah, I love their show. It's a good show.
Cool. And then there's Sam Powers that wrote Wake. I don't really know much about that book, but I saw it.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, it's one of those other kind of like pop-up things, but I'm pretty sure that it's from lit. So and then I wrote here, you two, King Cringe and Jesse Larkins.
Hell yeah.
You can speak for yourself, like the degree to which you think you're related to lit, but I think like at this point, like your discussion and like trying to help out like the culture and everything, it's definitely a part of it at this point.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm just, my work is my work, and I don't really know a lot about lit. I only advertised on there once, and then some dude came on YouTube, was like, why are you advertising? I'm like stop spamming. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say that, but I forget. It was just weird, and I don't know. I think that comment got deleted or something, so it must have been auto spam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about lit. Advertising didn't work for me. I will also say I don't know if I'm gonna fix this on my notes, but you wrote 2023. That's from the Substack post. But
Oh,
if you go to actually download it, it's hosted on Post, and the post has the original date, which you're not far off. It's December 2022. So that's like a
okay.
technicality,
We can
but
correct that.
yeah, I'll correct that when I
Just
upload.
made the cutoff.
Yeah, right. Well, Jesse, what
Yeah.
about you and Lit?
I mean, I've always, I've always had a kinship for the board, and I've always kind of been tangentially a part of it, whether or not I was actually like noticeable or I never like put my name out there. I didn't really contribute too much. I was just kind of present to like watch some of this shit go down, and I always wanted to kind of be a part of it. I always envisioned myself kind of being in the scene somewhat. I saw that I saw that that what should I call it? That list that was on Goodreads called the Lit Renaissance. And I looked at it, and then internally I just thought I want to be on that list. And I think even before I wrote a book, I was just like, I want to make it onto that list, because I just felt like that was something that was right for me. That it was just that was just kind of like my path or something, even if I wasn't like big figure in it. So, and here I am. I got my book on there because it's just I just felt a kinship with all of this. So I'm happy to be a part of it in any way.
I'll say one cool detail is I was reading Soap Scum at the same time that King Cringe was, and we like started talking to Jesse about it at the same time.
That is so funny.
Really?
Yeah, don't you remember that?
Yeah.
Like we realized that we were like reading it on the same day.
I don't remember this at all. My memory is
But
completely
anyways,
cooked.
one of the things, Jesse, if you remember this, I told you what I felt like Soap Scum and like why it like hit me so hard is, and honestly, I'm kind of like squeamish as far as like kind of avoiding transgressive writing sometimes. But I also like to read into what's not said by the author rather than purely what's said. Because like you talked about that recent review where it's just I go, oh, it's just trying to shock me. Oh,
Right.
I'm so scared. But just, like to me, like I felt like just this deep undercurrent that was like made it a lot more disturbing in the same way that like Behead All Satans has this like problem beneath the supposed shock of it. And I think the way I described it, it's like the what is it? It is like Mixtape Hyperborea bad ending
Yeah,
is what I
yeah.
call that.
I think about that all the time too. That you described it in that sort of way, because that's in a lot of ways the artistic a great summation of the artistic impulse running through me is that it's yeah the need to capture some really inherent darkness that is very peculiar in contrast with I don't know the kind of what Adam captures with the free spirited nature of just like people just interacting with each other without any sort of barriers or consequences to keep us from viewing who they really are and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm really
Yeah,
putting that very very well, but I appreciate what you
yeah.
said.
But I mean, what I mean by it is kind of like in the ending of Mixtape Hyperborea, it's just kind of like, well, I guess we have to be adults now, and now we have to live in a society, but I still have fond memories of when we didn't live in a society. But like the feeling I get with Soap Scum is, oh wait, there is no society. There aren't any police. There aren't any real rules. And there's just this level of jadedness and disappointment that's just bottomless.
yeah, I really tried to avoid any kind of like moralizing, and
Oh yeah.
just wanted to get it to the most root, essential, like base id darkness, that yeah, that I think a lot of people are capable of, or repressing or something.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I just looked at it in the survey. This was months ago. Apparently, yeah. Well, apparently we read at the same time, and we discussed this in like a call with Gabe. So, damn, I can't believe it. That's actually crazy. But it was months ago, so that's why I was like, I forgot about it. I was like, what? But,
Yeah, it's a crazy coincidence.
all right. But yeah.
Also, next is Arbogast, the living hypnotic death. I hear about this guy every now and then. I think he's related to Apocalypse Confidential, or at least he's published there.
Also, am I incorrect?
I
That
haven't read him, but I'm interested in to read him. Have you looked into this guy?
I may be incorrect, but I think isn't he like a part of Passage Press?
Maybe.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
I
yeah, I think he's
I've
part of
talked.
Passage. He works for them.
I think you might be right. I could be. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. But I'm in a few group chats with him, and all of his books are always in the recommended for anything
Yeah.
art. He's always going to be popping up in there.
So, like, one of the things about like some of these authors I've been pointing out is eventually, now that we're like in this new lit, and there's the scene on lit is just coalescing with all these other things to where it becomes like harder to keep up. Like, which of you like have been like posting on lit, and which one are you coming from the outside and everything. But I think Lit's been communicating, whether it's like the Unreal or WG writers have been just communicating with the men's blogosphere, the parapolitical, the dissident, and on and on and on is Lit's kind of branching out and like trying to talk to other writers. And that's like a big kind of the next stage of where Lit, at least where the writers on Lit, what they're doing.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think the scene's growing. I mean, I don't know if I'm part of this lit scene, but just dissident shit in general is growing and trying to make inroads.
Yeah.
Then we got Justin Moan made a shill thread about him once on lit.
Yeah, I actually, because when after the Justin Moan thing happened, I looked up and he had made like more shill threads on Poll of like trying to make people read his books. But there was one shill thread he made on lit, and basically he made a post, replied to himself, and then the next post was kill yourself. But that's all it was. And it was before like what happened. So yeah.
Don't be a
But that was
psycho.
just a little thing at the very end I wanted to throw in.
Yeah.
Besides, a question I want to ask, unless you had something else to say about Justin.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I actually I don't think I finished The Punishing, but from what I read of it, I was like, this is fucking awesome. And I went to go like get a copy, and I'm like, wait, why isn't it on? I like paused the episode, the Tukey's Mag episode, to go on Amazon and be like, why can't I find it? What's going on? Then I had to like press play to find out he fucking decapitated his dad. I was like, oh, okay. I guess I can't enjoy this fucking book.
Yeah, Subverted Subversions PSA, do not kill your dad. We do not condone that. Not cool.
Yeah, because we want physicals of your book, and how can we do that if you're off killing your dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, so only like a couple more points, and this is like I know this episode has gone on so long because there's just so much to talk about, and there's like even more, but like the whole point is just like trying to show all the things that happen and then speculate, and then showing how it's growing, and then also how Lit wanted to like meme certain authors and desire them to be one of them, even if they weren't necessarily. But one thing that's like happened last year, and just something I'm kind of like not really sure about, is Gabriel Smith, who published this book Brat, which I believe is Penguin, because before it got published, there were multiple threads like adjusting the European cover art before it released. And then there were even like threads where he was like, this is published, and a number of authors, like I forget all the ones, some of them that we've mentioned earlier would come into the thread and say congratulations and everything. And there was like this period where he was like on the Lit Renaissance list, and he may have been on Discord, and then we're not really sure what happened. He kind of like, he just didn't stick around if that was really him. And then there was like speculation. Was it AstroTurf? Was it a hoax? Don't really know. I don't know what to say about it. But even since then, there's been people talking about the first editor of that book, Giancarlo Di Trapano, he was like this editor of this one publishing house in New York, and he passed away. And then Brat, like for years, was just kind of like not going to get published. And then someone asked him about it. He threw it to an editor. They edited it, and then it got published. And there's been some arguments about like, is this guy really lit? Should we consider anyone that's New York published or lives in LA to be lit? You know, is it like a silver spoon? Do you get like a free ride into literary publication if you live in New York? I mean, so it's kind of, there's a tension there that I don't really know what to say about it, because it's obviously controversial on Lit of people wanting to see people succeed, but also being like jealous and not necessarily being sure if the writer is like from Lit, or you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
Or if they're like a dime square plant or something.
Yeah. So like the other question is like, is Honor Levy lit? Like you could consider it's lit in the way that Tao Lin is lit, of people just want her to be considered lit, and that she has this energy that represents lit. At least some people feel that way. And then I saw someone on Lit like the other week mentioned someone named Hari Kunzru. I don't know who that is, but apparently it's some like New York writer that published writer that claims that because Di Trapano passed away, that all these lit writers are now getting published, and it's just like this new gateway for publication. But it's I don't know, it's hard to believe of whether it's really an opportunity for everybody or if it's just like for certain people.
I mean, I would say I don't even consider myself lit, really. These people probably aren't. It's just like tangentially being there. I mean, and then that throws into question some of the people on this list. Should they be on the lit list? You know, if you just popped in there once, probably not. But then the other side of the coin is like, is lit like the prestigious badge that you think it is? Like, I'm part of lit. Like, what does that even mean? Like, you're not.
Oh yeah.
So.
That's like that cultural purity I was talking about before, is people take pride of being anonymous, of just get out my board kind of deal. And I'm trying to say this as neutrally as possible. I'm just saying people have discussions about this. I read Brad. I thought it was all right. But as far as like,
yeah, you have any thoughts?
It is what it is.
Or
I mean, I think you're basically summed it up. That it's like tangentially, sure. I mean, but I highly doubt that anyone is actually like Honor. I mean, because who's posting about Honor Levy besides Gabe?
That's true. That's true.
He's the one keeping her presence alive, and the idea that, is she a part of it in any way? It's just him talking about how he wants to meet her.
If he works hard enough.
Yeah.
Right.
But anyways, like one of the things about this, and just to like dial it back, is there probably are people on the board that know a lot more about this than me. Not just like the deal with DiTrapano in New York, but maybe Tao Lin or any of these other people know like the real story about all that stuff. But that's just I'm just throwing this stuff out there because
Sure.
people on Lit talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta know what you know. I mean, we're not in contact with them, so. But yeah, the last point, January 2025, the Home of the Elite Reader news article. What's that?
Yeah, there was a news article. I forget what I guess it doesn't really matter what the um, article was, but there was this phrase in it that said that 4chan was the home of the elite reader, and Lit just blew up when they saw that. And
Okay.
I don't know if like the phrase is like gonna stick, but it was something like for a while people would just like allude to the use the phrase the home of the elite reader, and I still kind of like think about it as just kind of like a mainstream piece that like finally kneeling to Lit of being significant. And it is part of one of the reasons why I wanted to demonstrate all the different things that happened on Lit, that it's like, yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, I think the Home of the Elite Reader is
Not
a
just
nice
in
place.
reading, but in writing.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Home of the Elite Reader is a nice place to leave off on the history. We went through a lot. This has been definitely our longest podcast yet. So
Yeah, I hope I didn't rile up any internet tough guys. But I
yes,
really like Lit a lot, and I wanted to just like talk about it. I'm
Thank
surprised you even invited me to like be able to talk about it.
well, we were
Yeah, no,
interested.
we were very interested, and we really appreciate the unbelievably comprehensive breakdown, because this is what we wanted to provide for people. We wanted to provide this autistic,
A to
full
Z,
history.
A to Z.
Yep.
But yeah, thanks for coming on. I think if you've listened to this, you definitely got the history now. I know it. Like it's a history book, so we'll post this out and stuff like that. But yeah, I want to thank you again for coming on, Xguy. So we'll be wrapping it up. So um, as always, King Cringe. You can buy my books on Amazon. Hate Spree 1, Hate Spree 2 will be out by the time this pod is out. So yeah, pick them up there. Substack, Twitter, you know what it is. Jesse.
Jesse Larkins, author of Soap Scum. You can find that on Amazon. It was published through Anxiety Press. And yeah.
And then Xguy. Give us your links. Where can people find you? What are you up to?
Yep, I'm still writing novella. I have a bunch of other projects I've discussed on like Writing Journal before, but I do have a Substack now, which is PM Todd Lit on Substack. That's PMTODD. I don't have any posts yet, sorry, but I did publish in Lit magazine, so you can read Face of Carthage if you're interested. But that was like something years ago, so hopefully I'm better writer by then.
Now's the time to overwhelm people with your internet presence.
Yep.
Yeah. What's your final word, Xguy? What's your final word? Close out the pod.
Well, thanks for having me.